addition to my plants,
Oh, fab.
just some succulents.
I got one today, Kadeem. It was just a desert rose.
Ooh,
Love it.
Ooh. That's a
Alrighty.
pretty impressive collection, Kadeem.
Thank you very
I
much.
would stay away from it. I am the thumb of death to plant.
We can get you
but I-
fake ones, Terry.
That's why I have fake ones in my office
There you go.
on my desk.
Hey, everybody, it's 5 o'clock.
All right.
Here we are.
So.
We are live, Mr. Chair.
We thank you, Holly. We have a quorum. So let's get it started and see what happens. See who else can come.
Mr. Chair, we do know that Carrie is going to be arriving late. She said hopefully around 6 or 6:30.
6 or 6:30. Anything from Stephen?
He'll be here. I just do not know when.
How about my dear friend John?
John and Stephen were together this weekend. Oh, I think there is a John in here. I don't know if it's our John.
I don't see his picture.
Me neitder.
It
I'm
just
not
says
certain.
John. Oh, it does just say John and it's muted. John McLaughlin, if that's you, you might want to unmute. We're going to get started here. Let's see. Okay, ready, folks?
Ready.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon. As a preliminary, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. So, members, when I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative, that would be great. Val Oliver.
Here.
Thank you, Val. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Very good. Abby Camp.
Here.
Okay, anybody else? John McLaughlin, by any chance? Still muted. Okay. Oh, and Ray Pohl for the record. Staff, when I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative. Kadeem McCarthy.
Present.
Thank you, Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Thank you all so much. And other anticipated speakers will be announced as their applications come up. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Historic District Commission will convene by video conference via the Zoom app, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other people may be able to see you and to take, there's John. John, you there?
I'm here.
All right, very good. Let the record reflect that John McLaughlin is here. Thanks, John. Accordingly, please be aware that other people may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast, of course, can be captured on the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on our town's website. Unless otherwise noted, the public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. We're about to turn to the first item on the agenda, but before we do so, let's review some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. And further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes for our friend Terry. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in any conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. I should scratch this. Before members have spoken on the agenda items, the chair will afford public comment to those members of the public that have joined via Zoom Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken at tonight's meeting will be done via roll call. Thank you all very much.
Mr.
Now-
Chairman,
Yes,
before you do start or get the agenda approved, I do just want us to hold the consent items until Thursday as
Oh, right.
they weren't ready, and I want to make sure that you guys have a chance to review those beforehand.
yeah, so basically we're foregoing the consent portion of tonight's agenda, right?
That is correct.
So I make that motion.
Okay, so I believe your motion, Diane, was to approve tonight's agenda with the exception of the consent agenda, which will be moved forward to Thursday's meeting, correct?
Yes.
Very good. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
very good. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John? John,
Oh, boy.
well, we'll move forward. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, okay, there you are, John.
I'm here, Ray.
Okay, very good. So we're on to signs, John. We're going to signs, and apparently there's only one, right?
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, this is a situation, in fact. So you can tell us how you want to go about this. The applicant actually isn't here, and it's actually not a new application. So this application was approved by, or it was recommended to be approved by the Sign Advisory Council, and
Yes,
it was approved by us at a meeting back in May.
okay.
The sign was put up, and when the sign was put up, a member of the Sign Advisory Council thought it was in violation because the sign is on a curved building. Oh, Holly, are we able to actually pull the photos up?
Did you say curved building?
So here, Mr. Chair,
yeah.
this is the sign here, Clarinda and Tenori. So the building is curved, the sign is not curved. The Sign Advisory Council did not actually specify ever in the meeting or in the minutes or in their conditions that the sign had to be curved. So now we find ourselves in this odd position where a violation was written incorrectly because they're technically not in violation. The Sign Advisory Council is not quite sure what to do with it at this point. We did set up a meeting today. Unfortunately, there was not a quorum, so they weren't able to even make recommendations. We don't know if they should be making recommendations as it was approved.
Yeah, well,
But we
so,
wanted to just open it here and see what you had to say.
okay, well, look, I don't think anybody would question that it's kind of ridiculous. A straight sign on a curved building. I mean, there's a number of things that they could do to it, but they do have an approval.
Correct.
So we can't basically, we'd be getting into some sketchy legal territory if we disapproved a sign that we've already approved exactly the same way.
That's the thought, sir. We just weren't sure, so we figured we would bring it up here, and if we needed to bring it to town council, we would do that. But
Yeah,
yep, bring it to your attention first.
Okay, so you've obviously notified the owner, right?
Absolutely. He's been to many meetings with us on the Sign Advisory Council, actually.
Look, it's really at his discretion because he's not in violation, all right? That's the thing, but it just doesn't look good. So I think he would be doing himself a favor or herself a favor, frankly, if he went to Sign Advisory and got some advice from them and, made some potential revisions, either block in the back of the sign so that it conforms to the curve or facet the back of the sign so that it curves, something like
So,
that.
Mr. Chairman, that's the issue. At this point, we're at a standstill as the applicant has spent a good chunk of money. I'm not sure exactly how much to get the sign made. And he has brought to the defense that, he's done what he was told essentially. And
Well, that's the truth of the matter.
yeah, so he only has the lease for another year, I believe. And he essentially is like, I'm not going to change the sign. If I stay longer, perhaps I can do something, but for the time being, yeah, he's kind of saying no. So we really might not have a situation here at all, but it was just something that the Sign Advisory Council wanted to make sure that we brought to your attention. And I also did bring it to Andrew Voice's attention as well.
Right. So this is not a formal application, so I don't believe that we should actually be discussing this.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
That's right. Yeah, that sign, when we sit there about every night, if we don't have some of us sit on the bench at the bank. See that sign, it's been up there quite a while.
Right.
It was approved.
It was approved. I mean, we really have no legal basis for doing anything with this. So I'm just going to pass over this.
Okay.
I'm going to make that decision, and then we're going to continue right to new business.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so the first item on new business is 9 Cabot Lane.
And Mr. Chair, this was held for revisions and they never brought revisions back to us. So I think we are still just holding for more.
Oh, right, I remember this one. Okay, so we're gonna hold it again. Now, would Michael happen to be on? Is he online here?
I don't believe so. It was an email that I received from Teresa. I actually haven't talked to Michael Sweeney at all.
Yeah, that's right. Mike wasn't really there. Okay, so we're gonna pass that by. Can I have a motion to hold this first application for?
So move.
Okay, that was Diane's motion on the motion. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Very good. Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Me too, I'm in. Motion carries. Next stop, George Wilcox, 101 Low Beach Road. Oh, that's you, Val.
Yep.
Okay, Val, we don't yet have, you'd be short one person. Are you? Okay.
No, we'll wait.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we do have Stephen here, as well as I believe I let Jesse in.
Yeah, I'm here under
Steve,
Hadley.
Okay, let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra and Stephen Welch have joined us. Stephen, you there?
Yep.
Okay. Jesse, you want to sit on this?
Sure.
Very good. Sit on both of them actually, because they're both for the same property. Okay, so Val, you want to rep?
Sure. Pretty straightforward. It's a 13 by 15 roof walk on a house at the end of the road there. It's pitched to be natural to weather. Yeah, pretty straightforward. I don't know what else I could say about it.
Okay.
It's wood.
It's wood. Okay, and natural to weather, I think we said earlier.
Yeah, this is formerly it was Hudson Holland, not Hudson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that way down the end.
Property, there's a lot of buildings and
Yes.
things. Yeah.
Not Huddy. Nah, it's not coming to me. But
The architect, Chris
Holland
Yeah.
did the architecture, and
Yeah.
The owner's name, the former owner's name escapes me right now. Anyway, so
Urban, Clara.
Urban, that's right. Thank you.
That's the only thing we're asking for here.
Okay, so we'll go back to the locus. And Holly, does this I can't imagine falls within Wisconsin advisory?
It is in there.
It is.
So they did review it. Yes.
Okay, all right. Yep, go ahead.
Wisconsin took a look at this on September 27th. This obviously structure is contemporary, circa 1980. They said that their concerns are there's no chimney that this walk would access, which is the usual use and precedence for such an addition to the roof. Skirting in size is too big. Providing photographs of other walks in the area of Low Beach would be illustrative. And I would agree. Obviously, our building with Nantucket in mind stresses that it's on the on a structure that's 2 stories high. It is obviously proposed on the section that's 2 stories. It's not near a chimney, which usually it would be. But those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Holly. Who would like to start on this?
Can I just respond to that?
Yeah.
It's not a historic structure, so I would agree with that. Like if it was in town, the chimney thing, but it already has 3 chimneys. So we don't want to add a chimney. That's it.
Okay. Well, and also I wouldn't think that this would be the first time that we've approved a roof walk not next to a chimney. So who would like to start?
I will.
Very good, John, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I find that the windows are similar and appropriate for each neighbor they have in, yeah, the windows are all,
Hey, John,
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 yes,
the house is already there. This is Clara Urban's house, way out at the end of Low Beach Road. All Val is asking for is a roof walk on top. That's the bubbled portion.
usually you don't put them on top of a dormer, but I find it appropriate where it's located.
Okay, thank you, John. Abby,
Me, I'm okay with this. It's
Okay.
natural to weather
yep,
it's natural to weather, yes.
and yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, comparisons would have been helpful, but I'm fine with it.
Okay, Diane,
I am also, I think we ought to mention that it's on the 2-story section, being that most of the house is 1 story. And roof walks are supposed to be on a 2-story building, so that's good. I'm good with it.
Could
okay,
I add one more thing?
sure.
I saw a lot of white trim and I'm just wondering if the posts shouldn't be white with a natural to weather skirt, just to tie it all in together.
I personally have no objections to that proposal. You mean the roof walk would be white with a natural to weather skirt?
Yeah, just to match the trim, might
I'm okay with
even
that.
settle it down more.
Okay, thank
we're
you.
okay with that.
I'm good
Everybody
with
good?
that.
Okay, would somebody care to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve as submitted with the trim with the skirt of the roof walk natural to weather.
And the rest of it being painted white to match a trim on the house?
Yes,
Okay, very good. Thank you for the motion, Diane. On the motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. John?
Aye,
Thank you. Jesse?
Aye.
Diane on your motion?
aye.
All right, motion, I'm in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Val. Let's see, addition to shed at the same piece of property.
I was surprised this wasn't a consent. It's 6'8" in height. 5 feet by 12 feet. Little shed
Well-
addition off of a shed.
Can we just check it out? Oh, so it's a little lean-to on the side.
Yep.
I
I
love
would-
lean-tos.
I'll go.
Yes, go ahead, Diane.
I think it's provable and I make that motion.
Okay, I think we'll just, I'm gonna take your motion to the floor. On the motion, Jesse.
Today's
Aye.
Holly wants to say something.
Oh, sorry, Holly. Yes.
Sorry, I
Holly.
just wanted to mention why it wasn't on consent, that SAB did have comments. They were, and it's more of substantive of whether or not there was gonna be a pool.
There is a pool there already.
Okay. Oh, well, they said that it didn't appear to be, and I didn't review with them, so my apologies. They didn't appear to be a pool on the site plan. I guess they couldn't tell on the aerial. Addition appears to provide ventilation for pool equipment, possibly not visible. So for the most part, consentable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see, Diane, you made a motion, right?
Yep,
Okay, on the motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Very good. John?
aye,
Great. Jesse?
Aye.
Okay, Diane on your motion,
aye.
and I'm in favor of that motion carries. Thank you, Val. We're
May
all-
I just say, Holly, the pool is in the U-shaped building in the middle. Sorry, it wasn't on the site plan.
Okay,
Just a minute.
all right, next up, 41B Cliff, is Linda on board? Linda, are you there?
Yes,
Yes. Okay, good.
Hello?
You have the regular board for you tonight, okay?
okay, let me get my pen out here. I got paper everywhere, but no writing utensil. There it is. All right. We've been up here a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Background 2001. The owners, new owners, bought it, took that wonderful glassed-in front porch off. That we used to antagonize the King Charles on our way up to my grandmother's house
Yeah.
every day.
Right.
Your addition off, put the newer addition on the rear and the connector. Then we came back and added a thing in the back, pool cabana. While we're doing all this, we're doing some research on these windows. All of the windows were replaced in 2001 with Brosco tilt-ins. Every
Okay.
single one of them. We're not really changing a whole lot of the rough openings other than what we've already been approved to do. And in that front porch, when that came off, the windows had been removed so the dogs could go in and out of the windows from the glass porch into the living room, which was in tough shape when they bought it. And what we'd like to do is take the Broscos out and put in double, and there's triple tracks on every window. Aluminum
Okay.
triple tracks. What we'd like to do is do Norwood, SDL's wood, same profiles, and no triple tracks, and replace all the Broscos. That's pretty much it.
And the reason that one elevation is bubbled is because you're moving.
We're
some
flipping
stuff
them.
around.
Yeah, we're taking the windows on the right going left and taking the door on the left going right.
But what's not bubbled, but is apparent, is that you want to replace all the windows with Norwood, which I'm unfamiliar with.
As
That's
am
a-
I.
That's a wood window where they're becoming much more popular these days because if you want a storm, they do make wood storms that fit into them and screens, which we'll probably get.
Okay.
But they're a wood window with a Nantucket profile. So it goes Norwood, Boston Sash, obviously Marvin, and then Green Mountain. So they've been on the scene. I've used them several times. They've been on the scene for maybe 8 years now.
Okay.
They're a good solid window. They look good. When you're doing like 50 some odd windows, they are slightly cheaper than Boston Sash and we can get them quicker. That's the point.
Okay. Thanks, Linda. Let's see, Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So just to refresh the board's memory, this is circa 1846 broadleaf on the in the historic district. Of course, Habs took a look at this, and their comments from September 27th were TDLs on the front main mast and SDLs in the back. That was their comment on the proposal, Mr. Chair.
TDL on the front, SDL on the back.
No,
Yep.
both sides of the front and the front. The original structure, which is the one on the left, if you're looking at the bottom one,
Wait,
that's what they said. And we obviously we said that's not happening.
Oh,
HSAB.
well, it might be.
Yeah, it might be.
Right.
We have crappy windows in there now and we can replace them with crappy windows.
Okay.
Add in
So,
triple tracks.
Hey, too many people talking at once. Holly, have you concluded?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm reading right from their notes. That's what they mentioned. TDLs on the front main mast and SDLs on the back.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, it's the regular board. Who wants to start on this one?
I will.
Go ahead, Val, and then I'll get you next, Diane. Thanks.
Okay. I think what we can see is the front and the right. The left is very close to a hedge, so I think that would be okay to go to SDL. The problem that I had struggled with this is A, there is absolutely no information on the type of window, nothing. And
Keep going.
B, Linda,
Yeah, well, hang on, Linda.
and there's no sizes. So we're just making this blanket approval where, you know, you should have window number 1 and on a floor plan, this is what the size is and this is what it will be. So that's the only thing I was concerned about.
Mr.
Okay, so it
Chairman,
sounds to me like.
it's there right below this.
Linda, hang on.
If you look at the packet,
Look at the packet, what?
keep going. They're all in there.
Okay, so I just
And
want
they're
to
all
make
the
sure.
same size.
Ray,
Yes, Diane, you go ahead. I think that,
I
Wow.
would, number one, like it when the applicant is finished talking to be quiet whilst the commissioners come on.
and your dog agrees with that, I think.
Yes, he does.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
He agrees with his mother. I think we had it working. Abby did it on Thursday and stuff moved along well. And it made it simpler than having all sorts of people talking at once. Okay?
Agree.
All right.
Totally agree. Good.
In the thing of the windows, I would like to have the windows at front and what's mostly visible on the side is true divided lights. This is in the old historic district. We can't keep, there's no point in having rules in a district and then writing them off because the other windows are neat because they're wood. They should be true divided lights in the front on the old building. This is an 18 something or other building. And we should have what the windows look like and the number of windows. And we should use the TDLs on the front and perhaps on the side and otherwise the SDLs where you can't see them.
Okay, thank you very much, Diane. Abby?
I'll go with Diane's TDLs on the front and the sides that you can see from the street. Everything else can be the Nora Woods.
Okay, thank you, Abby. John?
I go along with the TDLs. Don't put any fake stuff up there,
On the front part of the building, right, John?
right? The front and the side, yes. So
Uh,
no TDLs.
Okay.
Whatever.
And I'm all right, even, I will go so far, because I'm so liberal here. I would go so far as to say that we could do the SDL on the second floor dormers on the side. For the same reason that we've approved them on second floors before, which is that you don't see them that much. Folks,
Can I have a comment before we do this?
you can have a comment, yeah.
It's gonna look really weird if 90% of the windows don't have storms, because we're not putting storms on the Norwoods. They don't need them. They meet the code and they're,
Well, but okay, to follow that then, Linda, I would say that then we should do everything on the front that faces Cliff Road. That's 4 windows.
Yep.
And then we should do the 4 on the east elevation on the first floor and the 4 that are in the dormers on the main mass. And then you're consistent.
well, I'd rather like your idea where there were SDLs on the second floor because it's.
But I thought you were just trying to
I know.
The first floor,
countermand.
those dormers were added after the fact. They weren't original to the structure.
I'm not speaking for the board. I'm speaking for myself that to put those SDLs in those dormers would be different. It's set apart and it's different from what's happening on the first floor. So that's my view. But did you have anything else you wanted to say, Linda, before I put it to a vote? See what's going on?
Yep. The ones on the side are not that visible because only in profile. The ones on the front, we've kind of figured that would have to go to TDLs. But those weren't original either. They're all Brasco. But and tilt in on the front, which sort of freaked me out. But you know, we're just trying to be consistent here. And I don't know why they were all replaced in 2001, but if you go down to Val's point again, all the windows are the same size, except for the 4/4/4s, which is why they're not all numbered and everything like I had to do on Pleasant Street, where they had like 5 different sizes of windows. If there's a notation here on right up here, there's the original approval. All Brasco's, all replaced. If you go down below
Okay,
that,
but Linda.
Here.
The Brasco's are single glazed.
They are.
The issue is not the manufacturer. The issue,
Right.
you know, insulated glass versus single
here's
glazed.
the note. They're all spring loaded. They're all Brasco, larger, are all the same size, Val. So I didn't have what I had at 11 Pleasant, where they're all different sizes.
Look, I'm not trying to be a jerk. We just all have to do it. So I'm just, that was it. I mean,
All right, and there's a picture of every single window in the house as best as I can get.
All
'em.
right, so it's documented.
Yeah,
So, thank you, Linda. Would anyone care to make a motion on this of some kind?
I will try.
All right, go ahead, Val.
Motion to approve with the front mass having TDLs facing the street
Yeah,
and on the right-hand side, which I don't know my cardinal points for that.
should
that's
be
the
east.
And,
Can I avoid the dormers, Val, because they're so high up there?
yes,
Okay.
Could she
Uh,
make
the
them
rest-
close?
can
For-
be SDL, but the only other concern that I have, and correct me if I'm wrong, board members, every simulated divided light manufacturer has a different profile. You've all expressed that some are better than others, LePage over Anderson. We don't
right.
know anything about Norwood, so that's my only
So
caveat.
what we should do there, Val, if you're making a motion, it sounds like that was all part of a motion, is to say that, the Muntin profile needs
Yep.
to be submitted to the staff for review to make sure that it's the historic profile.
I'll
Yeah.
add that to my motion.
Oh,
Okay,
good idea.
Val, they do make that. So just so to ease your mind, they do make that Nantucket profile.
I'm sure they do. Okay. So one thing, Val, were you including or excluding the east-facing dormers on the second floor from the single glazed part?
I will exclude it. It will look weird to them without the storms, but that's up to them. They could put storms on them too, so.
Okay,
All
thanks.
right. Okay, that's the motion, folks. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
I'm an I.
very good. John,
Yes, aye, Mr. Chairman. All
Thank-
TDLs.
thank you,
No,
John.
that's not the motion, but that's all right.
Val, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. That motion carries.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, is Joe on? Joe Paul?
Yes,
Okay, so Joe, I'm going to need to recuse from this one. So Abby, can you chair?
Sure.
Thank you.
would you like me to explain
Please.
what's happening?
Yes.
So this is a pool relocation. The pool was approved unanimously. The cabana was approved, and both of those structures have slid south, which is down on the page, about 50 feet. The cabana move was put on consent, and this application represents the pool. This is the previous pool that you reviewed. So it's a pool with a fire pit off to the right. And then in this application, with the pool being moved, we also added this spa that's clouded and is tucked into the upper left. And if you scroll through the drawings, you might be reminded that this house is, or this cabana is tucked into the hill. And this was all approved due to lack of visibility and, not the pool not being visible in perpetuity. But we're also showing some of the retaining walls that are here. And so there's a 3D view on the top left, which is from my client's property. And the bottom left is a bird flying by. And then the two on the right are the views from the street. So top right is as you're going up the hill, and bottom right is if you're going down the hill. The spa is in behind those pink flowers that are on the bottom right. Yeah, you can see it right there too. So it's below grade is the point, that it's about 30, the water line is about 30 inches below grade. You can also see in the cross section there. I think the addition of that spa item may have been the reason why it wasn't on consent, because it wasn't exactly the same pool. But that's it.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
So, anybody ready to visit this?
Madam Chair, who's your board?
I don't know.
You need an alternate.
Abby?
Yes, John. Hold on one second, John.
Hey, Abby,
Yes.
so the last alternate to sit was Jesse. So I think it's Stephen's turn. Just
Okay,
FYI.
Stephen, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, hi. So have you had time to digest this?
Digested.
Digested, ready to go?
Yeah, but did John have something?
Yes.
Yes, okay. John, I just wanted to make sure I had a board. John, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, is there an aerial shot submitted? No tall aerial. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
I've included a lot of grade numbers on these elevations and tried to be as informative as I can with respect to the cross section of this thing to illustrate how it's tucked into the hill.
This is 37 Sankaty?
Yes, it's
Could I see-
downhill from this is the beach club.
Is
Oh.
this the one that you did on Howick's Hollow?
Hoyks Hollow is behind this. This cabana was up and approved.
Oh,
I
right.
don't know.
I wasn't on this one before. Okay.
And actually, the reason why it's all slid 50 feet to the south is to, in the interest of the neighbor immediately left of us, and also up the hill from us. The previous cabana location happened to be in their view corridor, so we've slid it up the hill, but wanted to be mindful of keeping it nestled into the topography. You don't want to move it up the hill where it gets flat. So,
Right. Sorry. it
and
threw me
in the
off.
process of doing this move on the cabana, we lowered the pitches on the buildings so that the overall height didn't increase, even though it slid up in elevation.
Okay, thanks.
That's just as a reminder of the project as a whole.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I was against this project. I just remembered that the Sankaty Head Road threw me off because it just says 37 Sankaty Road, which is, of course, not this road. So,
Madam Chairperson,
yes, John, please go.
judging what I've just seen in front of me, I find that the application is appropriate for the neighborhood and to make a motion to approve it.
Okay, you have to wait for everybody to talk. So Stephen, could you?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. Joe, a couple questions for you through the chair. The cabana moved and the pool moved basically the same amount, just to the south.
Yes,
I
and
see it.
actually the length of the pool diminished. So the entirety moved 50 feet, but the downward side of actually, here's the revised application. The length of it, I think, is 40, I forget if it's 44 or 46.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to confirm because part of it's obscured. The dash line for what appears to be where the cabana was is partially obscured by the no previous pool location.
So this,
I guess, no, you're good. What about the next question? What about the boardwalk and deck work? Was that part of the original approval?
It was shown on the plan. It wasn't clouded like this. It was actually all patio on the lower left there. If you go up a few sheets, I think it's, go up to the next sheet, the previous sheet. Yeah, so the previous sheet, it was, you can kind of see where the pool to the right extended past the cabana. So the whole pool has shifted to the left because it got shorter. And the left side of the pool ended up with, we got rid of the patio that was there and added a at-grade deck. So it's slightly different. That part that's clouded on the next page, yeah, there was the introduction of that spa and an at-grade deck.
Right.
Okay, and then the last question is of in the previous approval or this application, was any of the vegetation along the west along Sankaty Road, which is a visual buffer, retained or requested to be retained?
We had talked about screening this whole thing from Sankaty, but it wasn't specified, or it wasn't a requirement, I should say, on the site plan to show all of that vegetation. The intention in sinking this into the ground is to keep all that vegetation between the street and the cabana so that that wild natural edge ends up staying. And the whole reason why the pool is pushed down into the landscape is so that on the ocean side, that the natural vegetation can come right up to the edge of the pool, actually on all the sides. That's the intention. All of that existing vegetation, if it gets disturbed during construction, would all be replanted so that this thing feels nestled in by an unmanicured landscape, if that helps.
Okay, yeah, no, that's helpful. I have one more question, Madam Chair, before I can go. Elevation wise, has this gone up or down, or it's the same in terms of the structure itself being nestled and so on?
It went up in, how do I put this? The patio level has gone up 3 feet in sea level, but because we adjusted the ridges of the cabana, the net was that the ridge went up 12 inches. We dropped the structure 2 feet basically in profile. So if you were standing at it, it's 2 feet smaller, but its sea level change is 12 inches. That's the cabana, which was approved on consent, but does that help to explain?
Yeah, no, that's good. So it sounds, thank you, Joe. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds as though you shifted this to the south. It was a previous approval. You've shifted it to the south. There's some grade changes, but the net effect with respect to the cabana is that it's a foot higher, but it's still nestled into the hillside, and the pool is higher, but that's on the far side of the pool relative to Sankaty Head Road. I presume that our original approval for the pool included not visible time of inspection or thereafter. So I'm not as concerned, and I presume that if there is an approval for this, it will be the same, and therefore I don't need a landscape plan showing the vegetation. I just wanted to confirm that. With all that said, yeah, I think it's appropriate given it was previously approved. I understand the sensitivity about pools, but this is well done. And John, I have the floor, please.
Right.
This is well done, and those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay.
But
I have a question.
okay.
I have things,
All right, Diane, could you go, or,
well,
sorry. Go
let
ahead,
that
Diane.
ask her question.
Yes.
For me, it's not as much the pool as it is this raised deck area at the end of the pool, and your rear rendition shows it very well. Why does that one portion of deck, which was formerly patio, need to be raised up like that so that it's like 3 steps up looking over the pool?
Oh, can you move forward to the down 1, 2, 3 pages? That might be helpful. Yeah, yeah, there you go. If you, the bottom one, Val, so the grade slopes from the left down to the right, and there's two people that are standing there. The deck is essentially at that point where the grade transitions. It's where we have the steps down. You can kind of see the retaining wall in the middle right elevation. That's the elevation of the deck. The deck is at essentially the top of the hatched stone wall, and behind it is this, I think, a 30-inch stone retaining wall. So the deck is kind of embraced by that wall. I don't know if that describes it. You might be
Yeah,
able to,
but go to your 3D nice rendition there. Once you sit on top of that, you're looming up over the pool.
Yeah.
Madam Chairperson, whatever.
Hold
John,
on.
everybody is talking.
John, Val's not quite finished. Go ahead, Val. You continue.
No, so that was my question. It just seems like that could be dropped down, that's all.
that's at the, it's deceiving. That deck is the same elevation as the pool coping. It looks like it's higher, but it's
It does.
yeah, it does look like it is. No, it's the pool coping is basically tangent with the lawn at the bottom left, and then it wraps around, and it's the same elevation as those lounge chairs are at the water line. It doesn't step up. And then behind it, where the retaining wall is and that vegetation, the deck will feel nestled in there. So the deck isn't raised above the water line. I think it's just the perspective of that thing. You can zoom in on the floor plan back 2 pages. I just want to make sure can you go forward one more? Sorry. If you zoom in on the elevations, yeah, zoom in on the deck. Sorry. Yeah, it says elevation 50.5, it should. Yeah, that's 50.5, and then the pool coping is 50.5, and then you can see that the wall, that's 3 feet above it, and you go down these steps from the walkway, and you arrive at this landing, which is all 3 feet below the grade that wraps around it, and that deck is at the same level as the water line of the pool. Yeah, that.
Okay.
Sorry, that perspective.
Okay, Joe, we gotta get here from everybody, and Diane hasn't gone. So, Diane, could you?
Yep, I will. But, well, one of my questions was what Val just brought up, because that thing on the left looks like it was 7 feet taller than the just the way, I guess it's just the way it's caught. So I understand it now from what you're talking about. I know the piece of land there because we looked at it for a whole lot. I guess it was last spring, was it, Joe? When they,
I think it was, yeah, right before summer.
yeah, we went over it. So I know that you're working around the elevation and the hill, which you really don't think of until you're there and realize that it's taller than it looks. I don't think this will be visible. I think one of Abby's original question was whether it was viewable from Popus Road, and I think we decided it wouldn't be. So this making the pool shorter and tucking it in should not make it more visible. So if the wall is what you say it is, then I understand it now better than I did. So I would go for it.
Okay. I can hear from John just briefly, but I want to make sure everybody's been heard. So I've heard from Diane, Steve,
Okay.
John, And we haven't heard from myself. So I don't want to hear a motion yet because I haven't gone yet, John. So did you have a question about the application?
14 minutes ago, I made a motion to approve it.
Yeah,
Nothing.
yeah, that's totally unfair because not everybody has spoken yet. So my own feeling is that the landscape is too open for such a large agenda of a hardscaping. So no, John, you just have to wait for people to finish talking.
I'm through. I've said it.
So
Thank you.
I would not be in favor of this. I think it's, and I don't particularly understand that rendering of the sort of English countryside up there, because to me, it's all about a dune just to the left of the Sankaty Head light. So what is, John,
Sorry. Go ahead.
what would somebody like to do with this?
You want to try a view and have us go out and look at it again with this new proposal?
What if that is the pleasure of the board, I think that's a good idea.
I'll
Let's,
make that a motion.
Would you move the motion, Madam Chairperson?
Yeah.
That's my
John,
motion.
but you have to wait for everybody to talk first. It's a democracy here. So
Okay, I'm waiting for them to talk. Nobody else is talking. They're beating it to them. Go ahead. Thank you.
Mind if I ask what we'd be viewing?
what you're intending to put there. So
Well, you can't lose sight of the fact that a cabana is approved and a pool's approved in this location, and the cabana is approved to be moved there. So if you're gonna go look at it, it's gonna look like a open landscape. I just don't know what what the intention would be of doing a viewing.
Joe, I think we have to figure this out amongst the board, but thank you for that. I think there's enough questions that maybe a view is a good idea. Diane, what was your motion?
Well, John's got a motion on the floor ahead of me. So we'll see whether
Right,
that,
yeah, I'm not sure whether, does that stand if everybody hasn't spoken?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. The
Yes,
motion
Madam
was
Chair.
made and we need
All
to
right, all right,
act
all
on it.
right.
You do
Fine.
need to vote on it. It can fail, and then you can make another motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all in favor of John's motion. Stephen,
I'm an aye.
Val,
I'm an aye as well.
Diane,
I will say no.
and John on your motion,
Aye.
and I am a no. So that passes. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. All right, moving right along, we're at 3 Henderson. Do we have either Mr. Levesque? Oh, it looks like we got Tim here.
Good evening, I'm here.
Hi, Tim. So we have an established board on this, myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Stephen. We're all here. So what you got?
Great. So we took your recommendations. There were some panels that were visible from the left side of the house, which is the south elevation.
I'm sorry,
There
Tim,
was nothing
Mr.
submitted for
Yeah,
us to
Mr.
look
Chair,
at.
do we have plans, Tim? Did you give these to me?
Yeah, I was there Friday and submitted everything like right at noon.
Okay, give me 1 second, Mr. Chair. Let's see.
Sure. So I can explain if it would help anyway. There were some panels that were visible from the road that, for obvious reasons, were not approvable. We took
Right.
everything and put it around to the back of the house to pretty much, we removed those all from that elevation, that particular roof line, and
Hey,
moved them around
Tim?
the back. Yes, sir.
And in the interest of expediting this, are you able to screen share?
I cannot, I don't think,
Did you
no.
send it electronically?
Yeah, it was submitted right from the scanner at the office into the
Mr.
email.
Chair, in the meantime, if you guys could hold this one, I can look it up. We can move on and I can come back to this
All
one.
right,
once I
that's a
have it
great
ready.
idea. All right, so Tim,
Thank you very much.
we're gonna sideline you for just a second and we're gonna move forward to 27 East Tristram Avenue. I don't believe there's a board on this yet. And do we have Matt?
I am here, Mr. Chair.
All right, hi, Matt. And there is no board, right? This is a new application?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so your board, therefore, will be the regular board, okay?
Okay. So this is really straightforward. I don't know if I started too early here, but if you look at the site plan, I think this is there's a structure that you've already approved. It's a pre-existing structure that we did in addition to, and you've approved that. And so this is just a garage structure located adjacent to it. It's set back, from the facade of the house. So try to keep it fairly straightforward. All the details match the main dwelling. Trim colors are natural. So try to keep it fairly straightforward. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Let's see, so these two elevations, and did we see the other two? I think we did. Right, okay. Diane, you want to start? Okay,
Sure, I will start. I don't see anything wrong with it. I know the building's out there on East Tristram Landing. And it is sort of casual. And I think that the little barn seems to fit in. How tall is it, Matt?
I think it's 14 feet. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, 16.8.
Okay, so as it's proposed at this moment, I have no problem with it.
all right, Diane, thank you. Abby?
No problem.
All right, Val, anything?
No, I think maybe the reason it wasn't on consent is because there was nothing identifying what the house was.
You mean picture-wise?
Yeah, and I remember that being a one-story house, so maybe that's why.
It is a one-story house. Mark Poor did it,
Yeah,
and it's low, but it's not nearly as low as this garage would be. in
right.
terms of
But it's a simple building and
Very,
fine.
very simple building, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're okay, Val?
Yep.
All right, John, it's to you.
Dr. Horshaw?
Yep. Well,
Yeah,
this is
I
this is
find,
actually Mr. Horchow's daughter's place now.
I find the horizontal, vertical boards are fine and it looks great. Now I'll make a motion to approve it.
All right, John, this time I'm going to accept that motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Matthew. I'm sure we'll
Thank
see
you.
you again. Kadeem, how are we doing on Sun Wind, or should we move forward to Caroline Way?
Keep moving forward, sir. I will hop
Keep
in when
moving
I find
forward.
it.
Oh, okay, very good. So, do we have somebody to represent this project?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there you are. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Okay, what you got? New dwelling.
So just for a little bit of background, we've actually had a prior residence approved on this lot back, I think, in 1999. 2019.
Yeah, I remember that.
And so going back and forth, we had a second curb cut proposed on that lot and we did not get approved for that. And so going back and forth with the client, they've just radically changed the program. It just led one conversation to another, which really just caused a whole new redesign on the property. So this is what we're coming back with.
Okay.
This is in the corner of Caroline and Austin Lock.
Right.
That's how you pronounce it.
Yep.
Main house has a 3-bedroom that faces the water there. This is elevation that faces Caroline Way. This south elevation angling it towards the view. All natural to weather, cedar trim and siding. Windows are cadet gray. Back view of the main residence on the north, and then the west side with that angled porch that faces the west. And then there's kind of a guest house bunk cottage connected by a pergola, which is intended to shield the future pool that we will come back to you for.
Paolo,
Yes.
are we reviewing this as one application? In other words, is the guest house, because it is connected by a
The
breezeway?
basement.
Are you considering this, we're reviewing this all at once? Is that-
Yes.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay. So let's see. Have we seen all 4 elevations of the guest house?
They should be down for, yeah, there's,
Hello.
that's
Seeing as we're
That's the
reviewing-
Austin lock one, and then the north side. That's, yes, right there is the east.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
I'll take it.
All right, John, go ahead.
Okay, could you tell me what elevation is the front door? Go to that, please.
I believe that's the Austin lock one, right there at the bottom of the page there. I think-
See that door, John?
Right, exactly.
Yes, it's got the wooden angled wood
Right.
angled door, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the front of it, okay.
Yes.
All right, the only thing I can say that if there's anything in contention would be the oddness of the length of the, on the right there, right there.
breezeway?
Yeah, this, it's connected to the other building, right?
Correct.
I thought it was, I thought it showed it
No,
connected.
it is connected, yes.
Okay, I find that might be too much of a stretch for the neighborhood, to match the neighborhood. I think that ought to be changed, and I think the front door with its angle boarding is appropriate. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you. Who's next? I'm gonna pick somebody. Val.
Okay. I wish we had had Paulo, the previous one, so we could compare it. I mean, I vaguely remember it, but
I'm happy to
I-
share it if you'd like to see it.
I just think that's helpful, but I like a lot, I think a lot of this is appropriate, and I thank you. For instance, it's not white trim. It's natural to weather. The doors and windows are gray. There are a lot of casement or awning windows, which I have a concern about. And the rather large chimney next to the front door seems to sort of overwhelm it. And it is going to be probably one of the largest structures out there, but it's a double lot where everybody else is limited to 1,500. So I agree with John about the pergola, ixnay that.
Tell it to take a hike.
Yeah, I just think that lends itself to making the whole thing seem so much bigger. Don't make it look connected.
Okay. Anything
And
else, Val?
for right now, that's it, Mr. Chair.
All right, very good. Diane, you ready?
Yep. I agree with what has been said. I'd like to see the chimney at the front door corbelled, so it's not so wide. How many flues are going up that chimney?
2, and it's actually set back from the front door quite a ways. It's, within the porch. It's kind of deceptive drawing, but it's
I know,
about-
but you still
yeah.
see it as on the elevation. Do we have a site plan that shows the surrounding area?
Like a locus plan?
Locus, yeah, whatever you want.
there should be a locust plan.
It's on the site plan, I believe, if you zoom
Very
out there,
small.
there it is, small.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Diane, we're gonna need
Yep.
to zoom in quite a bit to see that.
Yeah, I've got it. I just wanted to make sure that the chimney was where it was on the main house. I still think that it doesn't look as if it's set that far back, and I would like to see it corbelled. For 2 flues, you don't need one so wide, and I think it would be more attractive than having that big thing on the front of the house. And I certainly agree with bringing why is the guest house made to be so far away from the main house?
Well, that was part of the program. We actually, the original plan was I had it 14, but they really, because that's mostly for their children, and they want them as far away as possible.
Ah, at least they're honest, I guess.
I guess. Well, I would do it without the walkway. I think that is not in keeping what is out there. This Caroline and Austin Lock and all the rest of them are very simple dunes. You're down on the edge of the dunes going down to the vegetation and then the water. So I wouldn't make it so formal. I would try and keep it as informal as possible, because people that drive around don't realize that maybe that it's on a double lot. And it is, I don't know what your square footage is, but from looking at it with the other floors, it is considerable, I would say. So I'd like to see it reduced however it can be, and the chimney on the front reduced also. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby,
Yeah, it's along Austin Lock Way. Could I see that elevation? I think it's the
That would
one
be
that's
The one at the bottom of the
two
sheet.
together.
yeah,
Is this it? East?
east, yeah.
Hmm. And is that pergola attaching the main house to the guest cottage? Is that natural to weather?
Yes.
Looks natural to weather. Okay. Are we going to get a landscape plan with this?
Yes.
Okay,
That
very
will be-
good. I think that's really
Well,
important.
there's sort of a rudimentary landscape plan, but that's not something I believe we're approving right at the moment, if that's your question.
But there is one coming up for us to.
Yeah, like, so here you have the layout and it shows a.
Right,
pool.
right. That brings me to my point about the cars and the pergola and how that will all get. It's a little, it's kind of going against the grain of like Cisco Beach and all that. But I do like the house. I do like the sort of quirky massing and all of that. So I'm more concerned about how this is going to get landscaped. Thank you.
I think you'll have your crack at that shortly. Okay, so I agree the chimney should be stepped down rather than this big sort of wide chimney that goes up. And it doesn't sound like you have a lot of support for your connecting breezeway, quote unquote. So I think.
And I have one other comment, Mr.
Well,
Chair.
oh, go ahead, Val. Yeah.
All the dormers have casement windows. I think they should be double hung or made to look like double hung.
Are you okay with that, Paolo?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we, we're trying to meet egress there, and I think we got carried away with the casement probably.
You got carried away, man.
On the first floor, it's okay, but it's
Yeah.
it's all of the dormers on the second floor.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
point.
that's no problem.
Okay. And also she mentioned something about Val, that is, mentioned the idea that if it's egress, you can get a casement window that's made to look like a double hung window.
Correct.
If you have that kind of requirement. So it sounds like we can probably move this. We have some common concerns that I think you can address through staff. Can somebody make a motion on this?
So move.
Well, so John, I think maybe your motion might want to include the elimination of the breezeway.
Right.
The changing of the casement windows in the dormers to double hung windows,
Right.
right? And was there anything else?
Not that I know of.
In the
Isn't it?
chimney.
Oh, right, of course, yes. And the chimney would corbel down so that it was narrower on the second floor. Those would be the three things that we would have you change and do it through staff. So that's John's motion. On John's motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Very good. Diane? How about you, Val?
I'm an
Aye.
aye.
Okay, and there's Diane with her eye. Very good. And John, on your motion?
Aye.
Great, and I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you, Paolo. And I guess maybe we'll see you a little later with the
Yep.
landscape. Okay, just checking in, Kadeem, how about Sun Wind?
Mr. Chair, I still have nothing. I have 4 Roberts from Tim. I do know that we worked on that. I'm still not seeing 3 Henderson. It might be best at this point to hold until Thursday.
Okay. Tim? Are you still there, Tim?
Yes, sir. I am. Yeah, Thursday's fine.
Yeah, just.
I'll
to
make
sort
a
of keep
motion
things-
to hold it for Thursday.
All right, thanks, Diane. On the motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Very good. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. And Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
I'm in favor too. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Tim, we'll see you Thursday. And now we're along to old business. And it looks like I got a couple of Botticelli and pole projects here. So I'm going to mute, and I think Lisa's somewhere.
I'm here. This is Carrie. I'm here now.
Oh, thanks. Let the record reflect that Carrie Thornwell has joined us. And now I'm muting because Lisa's taken over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good, good, good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
So we're looking at Matacasham.
Yeah, this first application, the concerns last week or the suggestions were on the north elevation to try to lower that plate height, which
Yep.
I looked at, but we couldn't do because it's an upside down house and the door leading into the master bedroom is tight as it is with the head height. So we can't actually lower that roof at all from the front. So we left it the same. And what we tried to do was just modify the dormer so that it was lower and simpler than the other two so that you got a more of an additive massing rather than it looking like the same dormer built on the new addition. And I think most of the comments were those and they're on the north as opposed to anything facing south.
Right.
Pulling the dormer down from the roof was a concern as well.
Okay. So,
Diane?
yes,
Diane, did you remember that I was doing the chair?
Oh, no,
Abby-
you weren't on it, Abby.
Abby,
Oh,
Diane is actually the acting chair for these
Oh,
applications.
so
Yeah.
sorry.
Thank you.
So sorry.
Previewing the
what do you
agenda.
think? I'm pushing ahead of you?
No, I thought I was supposed to be chairing. Sorry.
No,
No,
I
yeah, I think you were away.
and I got 8 wall bang is something I chaired too back at Wise.
Yeah.
So, Val, do you want to begin?
Okay.
I'm here.
Lisa, there's no way you can drop that north front eave just 6 inches, so it,
I mean, if you go to the second floor plan, you'll see the door is right at the 7-foot line. I mean, it shows it on the second flip. I mean, if I'll take the approval, the door would have to be 6'6". And as it is, if you go to the second floor and blow it up, you'll see there must be another page to that. Let's see, if you blow up the second floor plan, right in that corner, you see how tight the door is as it is?
Yeah, I see that. I
That
just,
dotted, the bathroom wall is the 7-foot line.
yeah. It just doesn't appear as additive massing really on the front because of that. And then taking one window out of the dormer and just doing one.
Again, I think the reason, and not to be argumentative about it, is the house is a very simple cape. And it's, trying to keep it simple from the front as opposed to doing a gable or something coming forward. This was the approach. And we're not trying to do a huge addition to it. She just wants to add a bedroom up there. So cutting it into 2 separate dormers was difficult because that was designated area for the bedroom. So the addition would presumably have to come longer to add that bedroom. It would have to be wider, which we could do, but I felt like the roof, the length of the addition seemed more appropriate than continuing to make it longer as viewed from the front. So those were the struggles.
Yeah, I get it. It's just that it's only set back like a foot. So it really is,
yeah,
for me, kind of not seeming like additive massing, but let's see what everybody else has to say.
Oh, can I just point out one thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only set back a foot. The current addition is only set back 2 feet. So it's not like I'm taking something and pulling it that much further forward.
I know, but to me, that's what makes it not seem additive. The eave line is the same. It's just right there and it's got a dormer that's the same size. But it's simple. You're right.
And it's very, I mean, just the location seems so out there. I don't know. Are you okay, Ann?
I guess let's see what everyone else has to say.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, excuse me.
Should I go?
Oh, please
Diane?
go.
Or Steve? Okay. I think I'm okay with this. I originally had a problem with the same size dormer, but just changing to that one window definitely makes a difference. And I think it is a small enough building that, well, at least on the front elevation, that it is okay and way out there, and you are doing your best to set it back and all that. I mean, it's a small house to begin with on the front elevation, so I think it's okay. I do wonder, are you changing out all the windows, Lisa?
Not that I know of. I mean, if they do, I would certainly suggest putting some lights in them.
Yeah, I would try to.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think at this point she was hoping to just, add this master bedroom and renovate her kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
But I can certainly make some suggestions that it would help the character of the house if it has
Sure
lights.
Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
I'm good too, Madam Chair. I agree with the comments Carrie made, and I appreciate the lowering of that dormer. I think it's enough to make a difference and reducing to the 1 window versus 2. And those are my comments. Thank you. You're muted, Diane.
Mute there. How tall is that building?
We got to blow it up. Let's see. It says 25 feet 2 inches. So the
Okay.
addition is lower than that.
So I
5 feet.
I will say I would have liked to have seen it stay as a 1-story, but it's at 25 something. It's still a very small building, I think. So I'll say I too. So I will come around and say, Carrie, how do you, oh, somebody has to make the motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, thank you. Val,
I'm gonna abstain.
Stephen,
I'm an aye.
Carrie made the motion
Aye.
and I will go with an aye. So that's 4-1 or 4 and 1 abstention.
Thank you. 3-1 with 1 abstention, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3-3 with 1 abstention. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so the next one is 8 Wallbang and it's the same group of fishes.
Yeah, but I think you guys are doing a view and I actually went out and took some pictures if it's helpful to pull them up.
Me too, just because I know people can't get out there.
Our pictures might be very different from each other.
This should be interesting.
Mine are from today.
Yeah, mine are too.
Let's see what we got.
Yeah, so I think the major comments, if I look at the meeting notes from last week, were the projection of the back deck, the roof going over the back deck. I think in general, the comments were, were positive. The left gable over the porch felt aggressive and it could be hipped, as Stephen's suggestion. So we looked at a couple of different options of that and we ended up with the hip. And when I went to the site today, kind of looking at the visibility of it, it is from quite a distance that you'll see the whole elevation. Driving alongside Wallbang as you come from Heller's Way, once you get close enough to the building, there is quite a bit of vegetation as you get close where you'd see it from the side. And I took that picture that I'm happy to pull up if somebody wants to see it, or I don't know if these are your pictures, Val, or is
Yeah.
this? Okay.
So this was the only side, well, I'll wait till it's my turn.
Okay, what I just wanted to say is this, it says on the agenda that this is a new building. Wasn't there a building already at 8 Wallbang?
Yeah, you guys are approved to have it moved or demoed, and unfortunately, just to update you, we've had a lot of interest, but somebody got a what they said, a high 6-figure cost to move the building. It's really too bad.
Yes, well, I remember the
I
old
just found my new line of work.
I think people could scavenge things off it though.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, what would it be
Yeah.
to build it all over again? A lot
Yeah.
more than that.
So, Val, you begin.
The only concern that I had was I'm not sure I like the hip. I thought maybe if it was a 4-pitch, just simple gable that tied into the shed roof, it would be good. And then can you give up the white trim? The house next door to your.
The right is white.
Yeah, but it's changing to natural.
Oh, well, but it's not now.
No, but it's in the process of me getting it approved to change to natural. So I just think because it's so wide open there, only that one side. Oh,
you mean we keep all the other sides white and just paint this side gray?
I just think it should be natural, but that, like the house that's there is natural, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I think.
Let everybody speak.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
I'll go.
all right.
I was out there probably a week ago and I thought, wow, there's a porch just like this, a couple doors down. I don't know exactly where the other one is, but I saw it as I was driving in that area. Another second floor porch just like this.
Mhm.
So I thought to myself, well, having 2 is a little overkill because it is sort of an unusual thing. But I do think that Val's idea of a 4-pitch and just have it sort of tie into the shed might be a good idea. And I wonder if it's a hip 4-pitch as well. I wonder what that would look like. I don't know.
We
And I-
looked at that. It looked, as a hip, it looked a little flat.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But then I also think just the beam size under the roof, just a little heavier woodwork to help, I don't know, make it look like it's not going to fly away. Because the rest of the building is good looking. And I also agree with Val about the white. I just don't think that's appropriate. Maybe a Nantucket gray or something if they want to paint it. But something to blend in out there. Buildings really shouldn't stand out there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to let everybody speak. Sorry.
And what about Stephen?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Let's see. So north elevation, my original concern was that this was a little tall, but I mean, it's got a modern farmhouse look to it. I think it's fine. So I'm not going to push on that. On the major elevation, the south, I actually like the taller hip. When I'd mentioned the hip, not just because I'd mentioned it, but when I mentioned it, I was thinking it would track the pitch of the shed roof adjacent to it. But it gives it a little distinctiveness, and I think it actually helps to break up. It almost becomes a focal point, and it helps to break up the expanse of second floor deck. I think it's not bad to have a little identity with these structures, as opposed to everything being 4 and 5 pitch roofs and just a kind of a monotone rhythm. So I'm good with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, Lisa, a crazy question, but it comes to mind on the roof that we're talking about on the south elevation, I guess it is. What happens if you did a Dutch roof?
You mean where it goes up a little bit as a gable and then, or it hips back and then has a little point at the top?
Yeah.
I think we're open to looking at it. I mean, my goal is to try to walk away with some sort of an approval tonight rather than have to wait 3 weeks to come back. So I'm certainly open to all the suggestions. I think, what made it successful as the gable, to Carrie's point, was there was that beam under it, which gave it some structure. But we're happy, we can certainly add a beam under this to make it more substantial and keep it the hip. I'm happy to look at a Dutch gable. I mean, I think all the suggestions are amenable. I just don't know which one to go to.
I think one of the major issues is when you look at the east elevation, it just looks like a very long, high ridge on that, like straight across. And then you have the hip. And if it could just drop down a bit on that left side, so it's not equal with the right side of that long looking ridge, that would do wonders. And
I might have some, if you guys can bear with me, I might have some other options that I could pull up.
Sure, go ahead.
Might be able to bang it out.
Yeah. That's not the one I wanted to show you, because that's still the gable. I think this one is slightly. Okay, hold on. Let me just get to Zoom and share my screen. I think this one is slightly shallower. This is an 8. Looks a little lower. Oh, that might be what we have. Hold on. I've got to find.
The current one is a 9, Lisa.
Okay, so I think we had shown it. This one showed an 8 that I just had up. I don't think we wanted to go shallower than that. I think we can try it, but that was the 8.
I think that looks better at an 8.
It's definitely better, and especially from the east and west, like Carrie said.
So what?
It works for me. I think on the east, I don't disagree that it does appear as one ridge, but it's just that elevation and it's at a straight on angle that you'd see that. The west shows the actual true roof forms, which, can we scroll down to the west, please?
To the, oh, I just, there, the west, right
So
there.
the west shows that it's not a solid ridge. That chimney just makes it look, if you go back to the east, the form of the chimney obscures the fact that there's two roof lines there.
Right, you can
But
see the other roof line in the back here.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the 8's good. And it certainly, as opposed to a gable on that side, the hip breaks the roof extension way out over, several feet as opposed to what was original.
I think this one works for me. The 8 hip.
Motion to approve is submitted. Subject to through staff change to the hip to an 812.
What about the color?
Yeah, muted. I'm sorry, I texted that in on the chat line here.
So do you want to have a specific color other than white?
ABW.
What does that
Anything
stand
but
for?
white.
Okay.
In
'Cause
my
I-
mind, any
yeah,
muted color.
I'd like to discuss the gray options with my client because I'm not sure.
Well, what if we approve it, Lisa, without designating a color until you talk?
Well, no, I'd rather designate a gray
Okay,
rather
all
than
right.
it be approved as natural. So I would, if I have to come up with a color, I would probably do platinum.
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine, but my motion is going to be just that the color will be a gray, typically approved by this commission.
okay, that's your motion. So, Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion,
I'm an aye.
and I'm an I too. So
Thank
there
you.
you go.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I'd like to make a comment for the benefit of the public that if they go to the northeast side of their house, look up, there's a beautiful white outlanding moon out there, and everybody ought to take their children to look at it. Thank you.
It's full tomorrow.
That's right. Thank you, John. Okay, so
It's the Hunter moon.
Is that what this month is, Hunter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm noting that down for the record. Hydrangea, this is yours, Val.
Mhm.
Or myself, Abby, John, Diane, Carrie. You got us all.
Okay. This is a modular. And it seemed as though, Holly can back me up on this or not, that Sconset had very few comments about it. And where it said things like the shower boards should be vertical, but what I came away from by and large was that there was some proportions that needed to change on the front gable so that it became more of a main mass. So that's what they've done. They, oh, and the windows were to increase in size. On the front, both floors, and then all the way around on the first floor as larger windows, taller windows. And that really, aside from changing the boards on the shower, were the comments.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Holly, is there anything further from Sconset?
No, sir, that was it. It looks like that revision, as they had mentioned, has been fixed. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Board members. Come on now.
Who is it?
You're on this, John. So if you want to speak, you can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my question would be the front door looks good. And but I see another door there. Okay, it's on the side. No, I think it's a cute little house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Carrie, how about you?
Yeah, I do think the main sort of gable forward is better proportion. There's something about the symmetry with this that I don't know. I mean, it's fine. It seems a little, I don't know. There's something interesting about this little house, but I don't really have much to say.
Well, the symmetry, I think, is like taking away from its cottaginess.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, we had a big window, a smaller window on the front, and then it was requested to be the same.
I think Carrie is responding mainly to the fact that it is symmetrical.
Oh,
There's
gotcha.
these, there's the gable, the entry gable, and then there's these two little sort of flanking dormers on either side. But
And then dormers on the corners as well, like on the main mass as well, which are facing, out. And that's a little disconcerting for some reason, but.
Right. But
it could be the drawing too on the flat.
Yeah.
Could be.
I'm done.
Was that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Diane? Diane muted?
Yeah.
No, I'm right here.
There you go. Okay.
It's somebody's looking at a room of mine to rent, and they're all arriving at all the same time.
Don't they know it's Tuesday night?
That's right.
I like the size of the windows that have gotten to there. I don't know. I guess it's all right. The front elevation, I like what is proposed with the wider roof and the 3 wider posts. So, and what is the height of this hydrangea? It's what? It's under 27 feet, it looks like, is
Yeah.
it?
Hold on, and I can tell you.
Yeah, it's very hard to read.
What does it say on the application? 26.
26. Well, I was only a foot off. I guess I could go with it. It's somewhat like the other ones on hydrangea. It's not stepping out, but it looks like it would fit in. So I would go with it at this moment.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I don't quite know what's bothering me about this design. I can't put my finger on it. I think maybe, well, for one, the second story gable dormers with that window look really pinched. I wonder if they could be sort of long sheds that come down instead to take away from that sort of trying to, I don't know. It just, I don't want to change the window size. But there's something about the proportions of the front gable and then what's left on the left and right is just not generous. So I don't know what to do about that. And I'd like to see a little more prominence to the front porch and front door. I don't know whether it needs a more decorative window or a more decorative trim or something to say, I'm the front door, I'm not the kitchen door in the back.
Val, how about getting more of a frontispiece around that door?
Yeah.
Can you do that for us?
Yeah,
Okay,
they can do that. Yes.
all right.
Yeah, and I never understood the dormers coming out of the front forward gable. I never understood how that works with those little.
How, well, in
Go
order.
to the side elevation.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
have to.
know,
see-
it just, I think it's just line weights or something, the drawing.
Yes, it's not
The line
good.
was
Yeah,
quite
gotcha.
crummy. Yeah.
Yeah, so
just
yeah,
didn't print
if
good.
those were more, then you could tell the roof from the gable, like right
Exactly.
now.
Right.
Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think the addition of the frontage piece would be good. Like Carrie, I sort of, and it sounds like maybe Abby, have a little bit of a concern about the two dormers on either side of that entry gable sort of feeling a little pinched there. But we did ask you to make the front gable more prominent. So in so doing, those guys sort of got pushed off to the side. So I'm ready to accept those. Can we have a motion on this?
Can I ask one question beforehand?
Of course, Diane, go ahead.
What happens if we got rid of those two dormers?
No,
No?
yep, those are bedrooms.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I don't think they're going to look so little when they get up.
What
And
would
the-
happen if they were all shed dormers, all of the dormers on the front?
Well, I would certainly be fine with that.
That was what I was thinking, that would take away from that. Then you wouldn't have to do the trim over the gable there. It would just come down like a nice, simple line.
How would you feel about sheds, Val?
We'll take it, and if I have to come back, I'll come back.
Okay.
I think that the way these drawings reprint doesn't do them any favors. So, you don't see the differentiation.
Yeah, like the column.
I think I'll make a motion. I think the sheds on either side of the second floor, really, now that I put my thumb over the gable, would really, calm it down.
Definitely.
So
Definitely.
I'll make a motion if anybody's ready for one.
Yeah, go.
That the gables on the second floor, left and right, become sheds, and that the front door trim gets pumped up to a more, you know what I'm saying.
Real frontispiece. Could we add to that to change the dormers on either side of that entry gable to sheds as well?
All second floor dormers are sheds.
Okay.
That would be
Sure. I mean, I didn't know if Val would go along with that, but that would be great.
Yeah. Okay, so there's the motion. Let's see. On the motion, oh gosh, Abby, you made the motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Abby made the motion. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. There you go for that one. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
I'm not
Chair.
on these two.
Okay, yes, Kadeem.
Numbers 4 and 5 are requested to be held until Thursday.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Hello? Hello?
Who's
Sorry.
saying hello?
My name's Clara from Workshop APD.
Yeah.
I just also wanted to hold the other following items.
Clara, I've got them. I'll get to it when it comes up.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very
I
much.
see where you're going with that one. Okay, so, but right now we want a motion on 22 Easton. Hello? Any
Motion
member of the
to-
board, there. Thank
Motion
you.
to hold for Thursday.
Yes, that's numbers 4 and 5 to hold for Thursday. That's Diane's motion on the motion. Carrie? Carrie?
Sorry, aye.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Now we're going to go to number 6, 14A Lowell Place. This is the shed Linda is representing, and Linda's going to be very, very succinct in her description. And the board on this is myself, John, Diane, Carrie, and Stephen. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay, they did everything you asked them to do. It was rather unattractive before. They lowered the pitch to drop the height. We lowered the walls to drop the height. They still want to be able to put a car in there when they need to. And they lowered the doors were huge. They lowered the doors.
Oh, right.
So
Yep.
we did everything they asked us to do, and it's still behind the front face of that. I've got pictures that I sent to Holly. She can show them because the house is up now. The house is now where it's going to be. It's moved forward. You can see the foundations being put in underneath it. It's rather tricky. The shed is going right. Wait. Back up. The shed is going pretty much where that blue thing is, but behind that. So it's behind, you know, the little portico in the front. It's actually lined up with the body of the house behind the portico.
I
And
see
the
that.
only way you're going to be able to see this is if you actually run into the hedge at the end of the street because it's blocked. So if we keep going down a little bit, it's behind the blue thing.
Mhm.
Keep going down. You can see the end of the street to the right. It's got a huge hedge. And see the end of, see where it goes down here in the back? Right there. The head, the back of the shed is right there on that platform. So if you
Understood.
keep going. It's on the right side here. You can see the edge of the house. It's lined up with the edge of the house, not the portico, and it's couched back in here. So it's going to have absolutely no impact. But the more important picture is below this. That's the back looking forward. You can see the end of the street right where the truck is. Keep going. All right, this is looking at it. Okay, here we go. I've moved the house forward where it's been relocated because this is a 2018. The shed is going to be right there. There's a shed right here. There's a shed right here. Keep going down.
All in the back.
There's a shed right there. No, it is not. This one is right next to their addition as well. And there's a shed right here. So if you go down a little bit further, that's that one. That's a 4 Lowell Place. That's sort of even stuck on the addition. That's where it is right here. There's one at 10 Lowell Place. These are much more visible than ours because you can drive down the street and look down and see them. There's a shed at 12. I couldn't get a good street view. There's a shed at 149. So this is a same size shed, actually smaller than 2 of them on the street. And it's back there at a dead end. And they just want to be able to put stuff in it so it's not lying around in the yard. So I think they did everything you asked them to do. These are the perspectives from the, I can't see because on mine, because the picture, Ray's face is in the way. There we go. So they did it. They dropped the height. They dropped the, I made them drop the wall height, all the rest of it, dropped the pitch and dropped those doors because they were humongous. And it's sort of out of the way, but pretty much to the right of the building where everybody else's are.
All right.
That's the
Thank you.
picture.
Thank you, Linda. Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this didn't go back to HSAB, but I did take a look at this. I will mention that it is, obviously the doors have been reduced in height, but the elevation is at a 12-foot 2 inches. I just want the commission to be aware of that. Other than that, I don't have any other comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That 12-foot 2 is down from presumably
I think it was 14 or something along those lines.
Right. Okay.
It was big.
All right. Thank you. Who wants to start?
I'll talk.
That was you, John?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
thank you. I find that the changes over the time here is appropriate, and this house, this shed would tie right into the rest of the house. I think it's okay to approve it. It's already made, changes have been made. I think it's okay to be voted on.
Okay, thanks. Well, hang on. Let's just hear from the rest of the members and then I'll get back to you. Diane. Oh. Diane might be showing her tenants around. So Carrie, are you ready?
Diane's muted, I think.
Oh,
There I go.
okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
I think that it's good, it's simple. The only thing I might possibly say, if they want to put a car in there. There aren't too many 12-foot high cars. If we could knock another 1.5 to 2 feet out of it, it would be, I think it would be even better. But other than that, I don't have a problem. I hope that it fits in the way that Linda has described it. Because in one of those elevations with the thing, it looked like it was, I don't know why it can't go out wider unless the sidelines are too close.
Yeah, it's right at the sideline on the north side, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah, we don't want to get the overhang on it.
Yeah, all right. Well, I figured it was something like that. Maybe next time not have a border to border house. But anyway, that's what I got to say.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Stephen,
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So is this like a ship in a bottle garage? The doors are 7 foot, but you can put a 12-foot car in there. I think it's fine as it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, mini car, Mini Cooper.
okay, thanks, Stephen. And
golf
Carrie, saving the best for last. Carrie.
I appreciate the changes and the reduction in height and the doors and all that sort of stuff. I still am just, the sighting of it is still a little bit annoying because it's a cute little house and they did a good job making it fit in, and all of a sudden you got this shed, which is a bummer, but it's approvable. It's just, bummer location.
Okay. Yeah, well, I appreciate the reduction, and I'm glad whoever called it out, that those doors were so tall. Thank you for calling that out, because it would have been quite large.
That was you, Mr. Chair.
It was who?
Oh, I was just going to say you're welcome.
It was.
It was you, Mr. Chair.
Well, okay. Well, okay. Thanks. All right. Can we have a motion on this? All right. John's made a motion. Well, John's made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Thanks, Stephen?
Aye.
And John on your motion?
Aye.
Very good. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Now,
Moving
all
along.
right. Now we're going down to North Gully Road. Matt, are you there?
I am, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we got myself, Diane, Stephen, Carrie, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alternates, none. Recused, John. Yes, so you have a 4-person board. I guess that's all we have to say about that. So, all right.
I think, yeah, I think I'm comfortable going ahead. I think we made the changes that the board requested, so.
Okay.
We were there.
Oh, yeah.
So with your permission, I can just jump right into it.
Please do.
Thank you. So probably this sheet's great, actually. So if you look at the east elevation drawing 2, the previous submission, we actually had the dormer further forward. The board had asked us to actually shift it further back, so it's not as predominant, if you will. So we're able to do that. The other change was we did actually have a small circular window on the east elevation. We've switched that out to just a small 4-light. For what it's worth, we did look at a shed per the board's suggestion, and we felt that the gable was more successful. The sheds, again, this is just my humble opinion, started to look like it was so repetitive, and we thought that the gable just added some interest. A shed would work. So if the board, if it was their pleasure, like, if they felt that it was more appropriate, we could easily switch it to a shed. But we did stick with the gable and just pushed it further back. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Holly, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The application did not go back to SAB, but I did take a look at it as I try to do that, and appreciate the change, although I do think that proposed dormer is still a little overwhelming. I would definitely recommend the proposed shed versus the gable. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Matt, you wouldn't happen to have a copy of the shed to compare, would you?
I believe I do. If you give me 1 minute, I'll take.
Well, let's hear from the board. Just, it might not be necessary.
Okay, I'll still look for it.
So, okay. Who would like to start?
I'll go. I went
Thanks.
down there to take a look and it will be visible as you approach the house. But I just wonder, I wish the eave of the dormer was in line with the broken back on that east elevation. The eave height is so high that it would be nice if it came down and met that broken back. And then then maybe you just have 2 windows in the south elevation instead of the 3, because the 3 seems a little large. Also, even though I think there is 3 there now, but it's just a different thing.
Yeah, right.
I can look at that. That might be possible. I'm just gonna look at that right now.
You're gonna look at that now? So
just to see if it would be problematic for the layout of the bathroom. I'm assuming if we drop the eave, obviously that bathroom's pretty tight. We're right at 6'8". If we dropped it, obviously things would kind of shift in. It looks like we do have some room, so I could definitely lower it by 6 inches. And if going to 2 windows was better, we could certainly do that. I may not be able to get it down to meet exactly with that break or transition in the roof paint, but I can definitely drop it at least 6.
Okay. Looks like about a foot right now. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Matt. Let's see. Stephen, you ready?
Sure. Matt, I think I would ask you to, I agree with Carrie, and I would ask you to be a little more radical and maybe go with like a European shower with the drain in the floor, and you could consolidate that bathroom rather dramatically in order to get that left side of the dormer away from and further back. And on the left side, that could come in quite a bit, I think.
So, Stephen, when you
And go
say
back.
the left side, when you're looking at which elevation?
Well, I was looking at the front elevation.
The south elevation. So you're
But it
saying,
will be, in fact, on the east elevation, that could come in too. For me, the concern is that the dormer overwhelms the structure, and those are all small structures.
okay.
So
Got it.
if you were to change the concept of the bathroom, which we're not designing bathrooms at the HDC, I just want to clarify.
You just
But
did.
there seems to be quite a bit of an imaginative twist on the inside could make a dramatic difference on the presentation on the exterior. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well said. Thank you. Diane. Let's see, Diane, you're muted.
Unmute.
There we
I
go.
said, I think that dormer is too big. I have thought so for quite some time. It is basically bigger than the one across it with the 2 windows and the little window. I would rather see it go back to the 3 windows if you're going to stick with that type of dormer. But I think the shed dormer is not so impressive on the house. I like the broken back. I'd like to take the whole dormer off and stick with the broken back. But anyway, I think it makes that building top heavy. Between the 2, it's almost the same height or width on the second floor as it is on the first floor. So I would like to see if there's any way to reduce the heaviness of that dormer.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I did find the shed dormer version, if the board would like to see that.
Sure.
I would.
Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's less pronounced. It is more subtle, but so love to see what everyone thinks about that. It's quieter.
It's quiet. Definitely.
It's
Uh,
still, the amount of space that's like underneath of the window sills is troublesome.
Mhm.
And I understand where it's coming from because you got that roof there. I mean, I do like this better. But I think a lot of good suggestions were made in terms of narrowing it up. You know, Carrie's talking about like dropping the eave of the gable. Gosh. Would somebody like to make a motion on this one? Because I think there's a lot of different ways this could go.
So if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go
your
ahead.
Permission is, so one thing he wants to look at is potentially reduce the width of the dormer.
Yeah.
And then see if we can't drop the eave height. And I don't know, you know, I can show you both versions. I can show you what that looks like as a gable and a shed, if that, and I don't want to confuse the board, but I think perhaps if you have more options, the better for those two, because I think we can reduce both the width and the eave height. So I don't know if anybody has a preference for dormer or shed, but we certainly can show both. We've drawn them.
Well, I actually, my own view is that either one would work. I think that you just have to make it smaller.
Yeah. I
Gotcha.
think it's
You
about
know, the shape of the dormer is to me less important than its actual size.
that. Mhm, I
Okay.
agree.
Okay, I can make some revisions and get it back to you.
How about we motion for some revisions here, guys?
I'll make that motion to hold for,
Great, thank you, Diane. On the motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
aye.
and I'm in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Have a great
Oh,
evening.
Thanks, you too. Okay, so we're on to new business of,
Correct.
October 12th, and I believe someone's going to tell me to hold the 4 workshop APD projects, which are at the beginning of this list, until Thursday. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so can I have a
So
motion?
moved.
All right, so Diane's made a motion to hold the first 4 items under new business of 10-12 until Thursday. On that motion, Val. Is Val with
I
us?
believe that Val is actually away right now, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
okay, so let's go Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John. We still have John. John's muted. But so I'm going to go with Jeff. Oh,
Somebody muted me. I just opened it. Thank you.
okay. So John, are you in favor of the motion to hold those 4 items?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Jesse, on the motion? Jesse, are you there? Oh, Jesse's muted too.
He is muted.
Yeah, he's trying to get off. There he is.
Sorry.
You in
Sorry.
favor?
I can vote twice.
Hang on, I think we got Jesse.
I'm here.
You okay with holding the first 4 items?
Yes.
Thank you. And Abby, it was Diane's motion, right?
Right.
Yeah, and you're okay with your motion?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm in favor too. So those 4 items are going to get held till Thursday. And now,
I don't see Mark Poor, but I think last time I did this and he was here. So Mark, if you're here, please let yourself be known.
oh, well, the reason that he escaped us last time is because he was broadcasting from his wife, Annie Bissinger's
Correct. So I
computer.
wanted to make sure that
But
I
no,
don't see that.
I'm
and I
looking
don't.
this over and I'm not seeing either one of them. So we're going to need to hold that one too.
Mr. Chair, we also need to hold number 6, so you could do that, those 2 together.
This is crazy. Okay. Nobody likes this. Have you guys noticed nobody likes coming to the HDC anymore? It used to be like we used to get everybody here and
Well,
now.
there's such long waits. It's shocking that they don't
I-
show up.
Yeah.
It's
So,
the Zoom thing.
okay, so we're going to hold items 5 and 6. So on whose
To hold
motion?
5 and 6.
It was Diane's motion. Thank you, Diane. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Very good. And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. So there's 5 and 6. How about 48 Hooper Farm Road?
I believe Alyssa Corey is here, Mr. Chair.
Very good.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Karen, okay.
Yeah,
Karen's going to present for us.
All right, sounds good. Karen,
Yes.
go for it.
Okay. So this application and the next one are two of one system. Each has half. So there's a main house and then there's a garage under construction. And, you know, I know that they're two separate applications, but we have to consider them as one in some sense because we need both to be a viable solar system.
Okay.
So here we're on the main house now. It's on the back dormer. The dormer is shallow, and there's absolutely no visibility from the road on this one. It's a dark gray asphalt.
This is the
road.
house that we're looking at right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
Okay, so on the dormer that faces away from the road.
Yep.
Got that. How about the garage?
Well, the garage is a different application.
All right, so you want us to move forward with the discussion of the house?
Oh, no, we can do both at the same time. I'm happy to do that.
Well, I think in this case, because you said the two are working together and it's sort of a package deal, we might as well, right? You know?
Certainly.
Okay, so what can you tell us about the garage?
The garage, there we are.
Well, there they are.
Yep, so there's.
Both sides, okay.
Yep, both sides, two shallow dormers, again, asphalt roof. And I think if you scroll down one, you'll see where it sits on the property.
Right.
And you can't see this from the road.
Did you say you can't see it from the road?
Cannot. There, the little blue square right there.
Oh.
Hooper Farm Road there, the hedges and natural brush are really tall and thick. And then there's only the one view through the driveway and it's not, you can't see it from there because it's blocked.
How do you actually get to the garage?
There's a little access through there.
Oh, I see. I think maybe there's a car. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so does the eave face the road?
The ridge is the same setting as the house. So it's parallel to the house. So the northeast and southwest roof planes have the dorm.
Oh, okay. All right. And do we have photos of the house? Like what color is the roof?
The house itself is
Gray,
dark
grayish.
gray.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks, Karen. Who would like to start on this one? It's a regular board.
What's confusing to me is that what's in green on the aerial and what the house is are two different directions.
The two different directions.
Yeah, so you have green highlighted as the property in question,
Yeah.
which shows a gable facing the street and the house.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
I do. Okay, Karen.
Which
Val,
means the
raise-
garage is not the right building on that application either.
This is the house. This application that you're looking at right now is for the house. The house, you can
Correct.
see it there. That's the house right there. And if you look at the upper left northwest picture, on the very right side of that is the gate, the dormer where the solar would be. And this is from inside their property. You can't
But
see.
Right.
so here's Val's point. Which one of these, we were assuming, I think, that the northeast elevation, the one with the front door, was the one facing the road. But I think that's actually facing the side of the property.
It's sort of catty corner. If you scroll down, you can see the plot plan and see how it faces. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't show.
So we saw that, and I sort of figured that was in the quote unquote back, but I think that's more on the side. Because
Correct.
the road is actually up in the northwest.
Correct. That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, this is a good map. And if you look from Hooper Farm Road there, that lower left picture, if all the vegetation completely blocks any view of that dormer or house, the back of the house.
Okay, Val?
Yeah, I just was unclear. So now I understand what she's showing us is actually sideways, not
Correct.
the picture looked like that was the road and whatever. I'm fine with
I
it.
was under the same misconception,
Yeah.
but I understand it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so where are you in terms of,
I'm okay with it because I
Okay.
know that it's heavily vegetated there. So
okay, very good. Thank you, Val. Diane?
I'm okay with it too.
Okay. Abby?
No concerns.
All right, John?
Could I ask a question?
Yep.
All right, I'm curious before I move. Under new business, at number 1 through 6. Yeah, I picked up on number 7, but what happened to 1 through 6?
Well, we decided not to hear those, John.
Okay, all right, that's fine, thank you.
Yeah. So, but are you okay with with this solar thing?
We're gonna hold them?
No. Well, we already did hold them. Okay. So now we're actually on 7 and 8 with the solar. And are you okay with the solar, or do you have some concerns?
Okay, I'm getting a little confused here. All right, I'm going along with the 48 Hooper Farm. I find no problem with the stuff on the roof.
Okay, so that's good. So I think I cover, and I'm fine too. So I think that we're a go. So I think we could make a motion to approve both of these since we reviewed them together. Can
So
somebody do
moved.
that? All right, so Diane's made a motion to approve both items 7 and 8 at 48 Hooper Farm Road. On Diane's motion, Val?
aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Great, John?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thanks so much.
Thank
All
you.
Aaron,
Thank you.
Okay, next up, 13 Commercial Wharf. Do we have anybody from Nantucket Architecture?
I am not seeing anyone currently, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it was confusing too because there was no cloud. So motion to
Hmm.
hold.
Okay. Motion to hold for representation.
Bill's here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Bill, there you
Oh,
are.
there he is.
Unmute.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. So let's get Bill's stuff up on the screen. Bill, did you hear what Val said?
I did not, I'm sorry.
She said that
It
it was
was
confusing.
because
Go
there
ahead.
were no
Bubble.
circles around
Yeah.
what was being.
Oh, yes, yes, I apologize about that. Actually, oops, sorry. If you go back one screen. Yes, the addition is the on the right hand side. The addition is that forward part up toward Commercial Street. No, up, and to your left. So that square right there, that's the addition. And then off on the right hand side is the handicap ramp.
That long thing.
Yes, it's 30
Okay, so
feet
you're
long.
putting an addition on this building and you're putting a handicap ramp.
Yes.
Very good. Now let's take a look at the elevations.
So the upper ones are the existing elevations, and then the lower ones would be the with the addition. And the addition is the left-hand side on the bottom left. And the where is it? The
I gotta tell you, Bill,
It
sorry.
is confusing.
Yes,
This is
yes,
like-
go ahead.
This is amazingly confusing. Well,
Yeah,
so here I think might be a little bit of your problem. It looks like the proposed north elevation is supposed to go with the west elevation. But then above this, it says existing north elevation. I'm not seeing like any correlation between those two buildings at all. Like the addition is sort of overwhelming. Hey, Holly? Holly,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
did HSAB review this?
They did, and they do have comments.
So their comments presuppose that they actually understand what's going on here.
I think so. I was not privy to their meeting, but I do have comments here that I can.
Well, all right, let's see.
Yeah,
if this-
actually, that might be better if they just read the comments.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it will make more sense to everyone because right now this is not making a lot of sense to me.
Yes, I apologize for that.
So they reviewed this actually yesterday. This proposal creates a building with very confusing massing and no front door. There needs to be a main mass with a front door facing the street and subordinate secondary masses on the back and sides. The flat eave on the west elevation is inappropriate. Some attempt should be made to conceal the ramp, possibly under a porch roof with a solid railing. There are basically no one-story masses to help reduce the tall two-story roof lines. And they also respectfully request to see any revisions back to HSAB. I also just wanted to mention on the application, there was no indication of the date of the structure. I do know that the NHL data indicated 1950, but I'm not too sure if that's the same structure that's before you this evening. Those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, there was a pre-existing home here from the 1950s, and then it was demolished, and the existing structure took over in 2003. It was when the existing structure was built. And I absolutely agree with everything that they said. But the owner has been sort of adamant about the way that it turned out. So now I can go back to them and with some suggestions from the board so that I can redo that.
I mean, everything that Holly just read, and I'm gonna see how the rest of the board feels about this, but everything that Holly just read, including Val's comment about this being sort of difficult to unwrap and understand, I think they're all appropriate. But so what do the rest of you think? Val,
I'll
you want
go.
to continue? Oh, go ahead, Diane, go ahead.
I think it's too big. That's what I think. To
Okay.
begin with, it's too big. I think that crooked on the west elevation, that crooked thing in the flat roof is ridiculous looking. It's not quirky. It's queer. That's what it is. And the dormer facing on north elevation is too big. The one above it, the original one, is small, and they put that second thing without overhanging everything. The second story is bigger than the first story. This is not the way it should go. This is commercial wharf. It's a wharf. It isn't a place to build a house this big. It has to me, it has to be reduced. And I also would give Billy a thing saying that the HDC is what are the people that will say what is built, whether the owner wants to do this or that or the other thing. He has to pass our approval of a application, so he should not give you any trouble.
Okay.
But
I appreciate that, Diane.
that's what I have to say about the size of the building that is there. It is overwhelming.
All right, Diane. Thank you very much. Well said. Abby.
Yeah, my feelings are the same. I feel that we've lost the charm, even if it's from the 50s, that, you know, the gables, I mean, now it just looks like a mass that it just doesn't have any character. And I really don't understand that west elevation on the right side. What are the crust? What's the checkerboard going on the north you have there?
That's the existing trellis.
Okay.
That's on the existing home. If you take a look at the photographs, you'll see that.
Yeah, I'm not, so the north is not so concerning to me, but the west is, oh, that's a nice picture.
The panorama.
Right, but we're kind of, I mean, it's just gotten so thick and it's lost its character. So I'd like to see that sort of brought back. Additive massing. Thank you.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Abby. Val, did you have anything more to say?
No, I'm still trying. I have it on my other screen here. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and I just agree with everything that's been said. So.
Okay. John, any more comments?
Yes, I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
What am I calling it? The south elevation? Can we go back one page?
We can go back.
Right there, that one. All right, the handicap ramp you just showed. Oh, where'd it go? Right here on the left. Is that what side is that? I can't, you got to change this. Okay, there it is right there.
On the east elevation, John.
This is a handicap ramp, am I correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and it goes up to the first floor deck up there. Okay.
Yes.
And what was the other comment? There was another one. Just a moment. Let me look it up right here. Handicap, the addition. Well, the addition is the on the right side of the east elevation. No, the east elevation on the right side is an addition.
Yes, mostly, but that's mostly to the west side of the building. So you're seeing it beyond.
Yeah. No, I find no problem. You got a handicap problem, take care of the handicap. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, John. Hey, speaking of that, I mean, basically, Bill, I agree with everything that's been said, including what HSAB said. And by the way, I think the motion should be to have this go back to HSAB for review.
Yes, please.
One just small thing to check out is I'm not sure that your handicap ramp as drawn meets code.
Well, it's a residential handicap as opposed to a commercial handicap.
Doesn't it need to have the landings at every 12 feet or so?
Well, it's every 30 feet, which this one is at 30 feet.
Okay.
I can extend it into the driveway, but they're trying to preserve their two
Hey,
parking.
look, that's actually not part of our purview, but it just looked like that it wasn't meeting code. Anyway, so I think let's motion for some revisions and have this guy go back to HSAB. Somebody.
Motion to hold for revisions
And
and have it go back to HSAB.
very good. Thank you, Abby, on the motion. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye, for
Thank
sure.
you. John.
Aye.
Thank you. And Abby on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Joe Topham, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. 7 Bunker Hill Road.
So just a little history. This was supposed to be the 1850s barn going from Main Street over to this property. And that deal fell through. Now what we're going to do is we kept the original shape of the footprint, but we did add a bedroom on the first floor, and then we made it from a single story to a story and a half. So that is the south elevation. And as you can see, we went from, like I said, a 1.5 story. I took the ridge, which was closest to Bunker Hill Road, and I moved it to the east side of the lot, and then put a gable end facing the street. So we're raising the building overall about 5.5 feet, but in the gable on the street, we're only going up about 3.5 feet. We took the pergola, we turned that into a second floor balcony, covered porch for outside dining. And then the other thing we did, but it's on consent, is we took the pool from the center lot like you've asked, and now we've moved it even further away from the road by another 9.5 feet, so that's centered on the ridge. So we're even further away from Bunker Hill Road than the previous application. And then on the, what are we going to? The west elevation, we left the garage door element, but the only thing we did is, like I said, we lengthened the building by 12 feet and put in a first floor master bedroom. And then we added a front door with a little small frontispiece. And on the north, we've eliminated a large basement access well, and we just now have a 4-foot wide access well that will get, furniture, et cetera, into the basement. Again, the gable goes up, but we did leave that garage element almost the same. And on the east elevation, we've, gone up a story and a half, add 3 dormers, and that is the vast majority of the revisions.
Okay, thanks, Joseph. How about you, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so Wisconsin Advisory did take a look at this yesterday.
Okay.
Their concerns, members commented that this design doesn't seem to differentiate if it's a house or a barn, with conflicting elements of both. Noted potential visibility of French doors, pool, and balcony. Doesn't appear secondary to main house. Noted entry door on west elevation very close to Bunker Hill Road. Mr. Tompenpour, applicant, commented that the double screening privet and evergreen would screen in perpetuity. Location of pool equipment of concern as well. I just wanted to mention for the record that I like the previous application or their previous approval on this cute little cottage. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Can we just scan a little bit back to, we're looking at east now. Can we look at some of the other elevations again? There's south.
I'll take it.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
Go
you.
for it. Yep.
I find that the 14-foot addition looks fine on there. The break in the roof looks great. I think the whole property looks great. I think I can't find anything wrong with it. I'm not looking, but there's nothing I can see that hampers our rules and regulations. I think it ought to be approved as is. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Appreciate it. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I thought you did such a great job on the converted barn idea, and it really read as such. So I missed that the proportions, the scale of that very sconce-y looking thing. So, but alas, alack, we are here with the west elevation, which I think the left-hand side is working for me. The right-hand side with the broke back on the right, it doesn't have any symmetry for me or something. I'd like to see that front door just centered on that gable and with 2 A windows on either side. I'd like to see what that looks like. I think the east gang windows in the shed dormers are too heavy. And you will probably see that coming down the road. So that is what I have. I didn't see the north elevation. Must have whipped by.
There's north.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I like the I like the way you've incorporated the broke backs. I'm a sucker for a broke back, but I wish it was a little more severe, so it read as such. Okay, that's
Oh, yeah, you mean more of an angle change.
right, so that it's coming down and then it really looks like somebody just came along and added it on, so it
Yeah, this is more like a bent back.
right, but
Okay.
right, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thanks a lot, Abby. Diane. Let Diane muted again. Yep, she is. You're muted, Diane.
Here I am. Here
There
I
you
am.
go.
I'd like to see something other than the north elevation. This is supposed to be put up as a barn. What do you have the height? I see the height is 22 feet 3,
23 feet 3.
23 feet 3. Okay. What about looking at the thing? What about the tree that you show in your elevation? Is that going to remain?
No, that is at one point it's going to go to Linda Williams' property, but right now I think it's going to go to my brother's property.
It's going to be saved.
Absolutely, that's the intent. We
Okay.
Angus McVicker has gone out there, looked at it, and said he can move it to Hummock Pond Road.
Great.
Very good. Very good. Dale would be glad to hear about that as well as I.
Great.
I know it's on Bunker Hill stuff. I still would like to see it reduced a little bit. The eaves have gotten so long, and what you had before was sort of simpler. I don't mind the proposed west elevation, I guess, except if you went up a little bit higher and made that the broken back, it would be good. But and the front door having that is the front door on the west elevation, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'd just make it a little more, as we've been saying, to say this is my front door. And if I could see the south elevation. Okay. On the left-hand side where you have that roof coming out from the gable, that's the south. So this, you'd see that on the west elevation, right? I don't know. I guess it doesn't look like a barn anymore. The first proposal you had looked more like a barn, which I thought was good and fit in there. It's gotten to look more like a cottage. So that's sort of my statement on the thing. I would like to see it simpler and sort of working around the way it was before. I'm sorry, Joe.
No, it's fine. And I tried to take some of the details from 5 Bunk Hill Road, so though it did look like the cottage to that property, which my clients own. So that's why, sadly, the deal fell through. My clients were quite upset. So that's why we went in this direction and really tried to turn it into a cottage. And that's why we called it a cottage.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Diane, thank you. Val.
I don't have a whole lot to add. I was kind of confused because I thought the building was still being reused. So it's really a brand new building.
Correct.
So that's why I was kind of like, what is going on here? I think the west is the most important since that's supposed to be the front. And I'd like to see maybe some sort of differentiation there, like I was looking at your 3D, which really helped. Can you do something to either cut in there so there's a path to a front door, which has a little something over it, all in one straight line? It just, I don't know.
What are you hoping to do, Val?
Like on the west, to me, with everything being on one flat roof plane,
Oh, I get you.
it doesn't seem
mean-
like that's the front of the house, and then there is no access to that door. There's just an access to a driveway to the garage door. So I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah, so I tried to make that garage added a mass look like it was added on later on, so that the gable was original and that wing was added on later on.
Right.
So I understand your comments, but that's what I was trying to do. That's why I left that corner board.
Right,
well-
but do you see, like,
Yeah.
if there could be an embellishment or something there to,
Yeah,
Are you right at the setback? I bet you are.
I
yeah.
am. It's a very shotgun site.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could do an arbor or something. That's very common in Sconset or whatever. I don't know.
Just something to signal the front door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I added the frontis piece.
Yeah, which is nice, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else, Val?
No, I agree with what's been said.
Okay. Joe, I think it's pretty clear that you're at a disadvantage here because you came in with such a cute design the first time, and we're always like, well, we would rather go with the one that you already had, but you know, that's not what we're supposed to be doing. And I think if I were reviewing this without seeing this sort of previous approval, I think this is very small and charming and all that. So I really don't have any concerns with it. But sounds like we may want to have a few minor revisions to this. Is that what the consensus view of the board is?
Definitely some revisions.
Okay, well, can you make that motion then?
Motion to hold for some revisions.
There you go.
Can
Simple
I just
enough.
can I
Yeah,
say
go
one
ahead.
thing, Ray?
Yep, go.
So just for the girl that I was going to bring to the dance didn't show up, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I just want to let everyone know that the 1850s 50 barn that was purchased in the latest transaction, that gentleman wants to come in and he wants to restore it. So I just want to let you know that that's not going to be knocked down. So I just want to let you know that that will be preserved later on, but that probably won't be coming for like a year to year and a half.
Good to hear. All right.
I have a comment, I know I don't want to belabor it, but I think I've identified what is bugging me. The piece with the front door, the supposed front door, is subordinate to the offshoot going back from it. If that could I think it needs to do something different. That should be more important.
Okay, sorry, I left that shot lower because it was on Bunker Hill, so I tried to make that. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Val.
Okay. But Val, you did make a motion to hold for revisions, correct?
Yeah, or somebody did.
Can this, Mr. Chair, go back to SAB?
Oh, Val, can that be part of your motion?
Yeah.
All right. So the motion is to hold for revisions and to go back to Sconset Advisory. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Val, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Thanks. You too, Joe. All right. Mark Catone, see here.
Yes.
So Mark, this thing that we're going to view right now is the MCA plus. This is like an extra good, right?
All positive.
All right. So 43 Squam Road addition.
Yes.
All right, let's go.
You've already, if I go back to the site plan, just real quick,
yeah,
for
yeah,
context, sorry. You've already approved the sport court and the gym building, and the pool's been before you as well. So this is the existing cottage that is on the property now. It really reads as one big building that was added to over 50, 60 years from our estimate. And we're conjoining two parts of it. So it'll all be one dwelling instead of two separate structures and a very small connector. And then there really are no significant massing changes whatsoever. As then we'll go through the details, but really the reason we're before you is to kind of architecturally get this to speak to the gym building that's already been approved on the property by updating the fenestration. Colors will be black sash, gray trim to match the structure that you've approved closer to Squam Road. This sits pretty internal on the lot, as you can see. It is visible from the beach or from the grasslands when I've been down there. It's more of a dune view. You see the upper portions of this, and it's all single story. There's no single story or two-story mass to this whatsoever. So with that, maybe we can jump to the elevations if that might be useful. So top drawing on your page is what's existing, bottom is what's proposed, and we've tried to cloud in red to highlight where those revisions will be. So again, going from 6/6 windows to a 2/2, and again, some fenestration changes that allow the floor plan to work a little bit better for the current owner.
And where does the link appear? Is it here?
Like you can't even see it in this drawing.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, yeah. If we continue to the next page.
Yeah.
Same thing. Top is the existing, bottom is proposed. Again, all the profile remains actually it does remain the same. It's really fenestration changes that we're proposing. This is the south view. Continuing down, I think we'll wrap around to this would be the beach side view. Top view being, again, top drawing being existing, bottom as proposed.
Okay.
The link you asked about is visible. Best to
Here.
describe it. Yeah, it's if you took the cursor and went straight down, there's this series of this slider. Oh, sorry. Stay on that drawing. Yeah, right there is the link that we created that conjoins the buildings, the left side to the right side. Okay.
Very discreet.
Yep. And
okay.
Sorry. And last elevation, I believe, will be the north. And again, these are the changes as that's existing. This is proposed.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Sure.
I can go.
I was going to pick you anyway. Go ahead.
Kidding. I want to talk more about that later. But no, I think this is a vast improvement, and I enjoy the architecture. I think it's really fun, and I think you've done a great job.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. Diane.
Yes, here I am. Here I am.
Good.
I agree with Abby. I think it's a good job. And it's an interesting bunch of buildings, and not all one big Whomper thing. Each one is different. And I think that's very nice. So I don't have any problem with it.
Okay, thanks. Val.
I agree. I think the only windows that I think disconnect for me are the ones that are wider than they're tall, because the grill pattern is so significantly different from everything else. Whether we see those or not, I'm not sure. So for instance, on the north is one that connects two pieces near a shower.
Oh, yeah, that really big square.
On the east, the box bay where the former bay was, and I think those are the only, no, and then on the west, the connector between two gables. It's just a window thing.
You would rather have it like
I don't know, maybe narrower or something. I don't know.
Yeah. A couple of those I can guarantee can't be seen because they're like really interior connectors
Yeah.
between some of the masses. And even this one would never be seen from Squam. This faces Squam Road. They're just not visible from the street.
Is
we
the
can certainly
color
link them
staying the
themselves.
same?
Pardon?
Is the color staying?
Black and gray, black
Okay.
sash gray, and that was, I'm reiterating what Mark said earlier, that, to match the, was it a pool cabana or it was a gym?
It was a gym structure.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
doing a
right.
gray trim with the black slash and doors.
Right.
And we were going to do the same on this building as well. So the gray, as you see here, is not too dissimilar. That's been approved in the other building, but we'd be changing the sash and doors to the black here.
What did we ever do before there was black windows?
We had to suffer through white for so many years, and now we're liberated. So thank you, Val. Let's see, John.
Yes, my comment is the west elevation. You got 4 round windows there, which is unconfirmable on any other house out there that I know of. It has 4 of them. I
Take
think
them away.
They're taking some of them away.
my comment is there should be 4 light windows there, like down on the first floor.
So, John?
Yes.
Just to be clear on that point, those, if you look at the top drawing, you see 4 round windows. Those all exist. And then if you look at the lower drawing, which is what Mark's doing, he's actually removing 2 of the 4 windows, and he's not adding those round windows. He's just keeping them, the ones that are already there and have been there since the 80s.
That's right.
I got you right. Thank you. Another question.
Yeah.
Is that a steel pipe going up through on the right side on the west elevation?
Sure is.
It's clouded to be removed at the bottom elevation.
Yeah.
Revised.
Looks fine. I think it's ready for approval.
Okay. I would agree with John.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I was just curious, and I apologize for interrupting, what the age of the structure is. And the only reason why I asked that is because the NHL data indicates that 43 Squam Road was circa 1930. And the big kind of window that was represented on one of the elevations kind of mixed that time frame. So I was just curious. I didn't see any date on the application.
Yeah, we don't have any exact, but we've estimated if we were to look at this elevation, this proposed west elevation, the mass on the far left that's not hatched, we believe dates to maybe the mid 30s. So we actually have other than the fenestration, no changes. It's actually an open stud structure. We do propose to insulate it from the exterior. So we want to preserve all the interior character of that structure. And then the middle portion was built in the 60s, and the far right portion was built in the 80s. So there's three building phases, if you will.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. My only comment on the fenestration then would 6/6 would be more appropriate, but visibility, obviously. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. All right. I think I'm okay with this. What would we like to do, folks?
Motion to approve.
I'm going to take Abby's. Yeah. So Abby has made a motion to approve as submitted. On the motion, John?
What was the motion?
Motion is to approve.
Good. I'm all for that. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Diane?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Val?
Aye.
All right. And Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. There you go, Mark.
Thank you.
We got another 1 or 2 further down.
I do. I've got to pick up a kid at a boat. Is there any chance I could be heard since I'm 1 away?
Well, let's see. Will
you mind?
Will Stevens?
I would have to extract my pound of flesh, but we can probably arrange something.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So let's just jump. Thank you, Will. Let's just jump down to
Mr. Chair, I think Holly can actually talk about those right away because I think we might be able to essentially approve them. Holly, if you want to hop in, let me just get those up.
Okay, folks, just so that we all know, we have just jumped past 35 Gloucester and we're going to go back to that. And we're just going to look at 29 Jefferson Avenue color changing.
You pulling them
Okay.
up?
Oops, yep.
Okay.
There's fenestration changes.
Yes, exactly, right. So Holly,
Yes, Mr. Chair. So HSAB did take a look at these yesterday and they had no concerns. And I would concur on that. I apologize that these are not on consent, but there you go. So
oh, here we are.
no concerns.
Okay.
Make sure
Mark-
John heard that.
Well, so Mark, do you have anything further to say or? should we-
No, it just, there's a new owner on the property. They've asked the sashes be changed from a green to a white. And the doors that were green, it's a Hague blue, would go to a blue, this dark blue. And on the very small studio on the back of the building is a small window proposed, a 6 light.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments, concerns about these two applications?
Motion to approve it.
Okay, I'll hold that motion just for a sec. Any concerns from anyone?
Nope.
Okay, I'm going to take that to a vote then. On John's motion to approve both of these applications, which are numbers 13 and 14. Abby?
Love the change.
All right, thanks. Diane?
Aye.
Okay, there's Diane. Val?
Aye.
Great. John, on your motion?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. All right, go pick up your child, Mark.
Will, thank you. Thank you
Go
all.
in peace. Okay, thanks, Will, and we're back to you now.
Hi, Mr. Chair, before we hop to Will, this
Oh.
one is a move on. And if the move off was approved, then this is another easy approval, but the move off just wasn't provided. And I did try to work with Will to get it. I'm not certain if he has it now, but I guess we shall see.
I'm not quite sure what that means, but so,
I went back and reviewed the minutes and I could not find an approval for the move off. It
So
was
Will, can
last
you
heard
speak to that?
August 5th.
Yeah, I'm happy to tell you what I know.
yeah, okay.
So the move on to Kadim's point is fairly straightforward, I think, for you guys for the most part. Where there is some confusion is this is coming from Low Beach Road, 13 Low Beach, to Walker Place in Sconset. And there are notes that are highlighted that make a reference in the meeting. There is an application from June 30th to move this building off that was submitted, and the conversation there was a kind of provisional approval that's noted in the minutes that are part of this application, approving the new structure if this building could be moved. It wasn't going to be allowed to be demolished. It either had to be moved to another place or it had to be redesigned to incorporate the building. So after 2 failed attempts, the third one seems to be sticking. Chris Oberg wants it for his property out in Tom Nevers. So the confusion there is then, what the ramifications are for 13 Low Beach and whether the application, how significant, I don't really understand fully the status of that either, which is why I'm going to introduce you to Joe Daimler from Smith and Hutton, who is, he's the project architect that has been handling this project. So if it's all right, I'd like to.
Handling this project, meaning the Low Beach Road portion.
The Low Beach Road portion of it, yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
yeah, okay.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not going to sit on this because I'm doing work for this client as well.
Okay, so let's see.
Ray, I have a question.
Hang on one second, all right? So let's do Jesse on this. Sort of lost track of the rotation, but Jesse, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. All right, John, you had a question. Go ahead.
Yes, and Chris Oberg, 35 Gloucester.
Yes.
They can move the garage. Do they have photos of the garage now?
Well, we're going to get to that in a second because this gentleman from Smith and Hutton is going to describe where the garage is coming from and the circumstances. So your turn.
All right. So we met in mid-August. There was an application for a move-off/demo. The demo, it's a historic garage built 1930s. It's for Priscilla. Walker Dalmas out in 13.
Oh,
Lopi.
yeah.
So our understanding, and I think it's where the meeting minutes, we talked for half an hour and it captures it, was that, there was discussion of what do we do with this existing garage? We could either A, move it off, which is kind of the first choice, B, incorporate it into the existing structure somehow, or the proposed addition, I should say.
Yeah.
And C was kind of a haphazard, we had ground coverage issues. So the third kind of far out option was we open it up and make it a cabana. So we found a taker for that. And I think we're just confused how to proceed forward with our move off and getting the conditional approval for the addition and then getting this move on to go forward.
Okay, so I was part of that discussion. I remember it well because I actually went to a wedding at this house. And
Yes.
so I agree that the idea was ideally you would find a taker for the existing garage so it could be removed and left intact. The second best option was to renovate it, but that would sort of compromise its integrity. So I don't remember people being hugely in favor of that. So I think the issue, there's no real issue, but one thing that needs to be done is you need to, now that we are about to approve, hopefully, it's move on to Gloucester Road in Tom Nevers. Now that we're about to approve the move off, you guys just need to file an official move off application to us, which will probably be done on consent.
Okay, so
All right.
we can't use the existing move off / demo and just revise it through staff.
Did we grant a move off demo?
Mr. Chair, if I
Yeah.
may, the minutes that are before you clearly indicates that they were to hold for more information. So essentially that move off was not approved because the applicant Smith and Hutton needed to come back to you all with what they were proposing to do. Were they going to incorporate it with the addition or not?
So that kind of like is back to my point. We need to get closure on that. But it sounds like, look, I never want to speak for the board, but I think this is a kind of a no-brainer because the idea is this building is going to be intact. It is simply going to be moved rather than, extensively renovated. So we will hear from the board on the move on to Tom Nevers, but to be official and to have everything work with the building department, you need to get closure on your move off of this from your property on Low Beach Road. That's what needs to happen.
Okay, and so can we come back for that via old business, or are you okay? So we just need to get on the schedule.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, can I ask a question, Ray?
Yes, Will.
There is an application that Smith and Hutton filed on June 30th to move it. But it was right, so that's held. So do you want that application resubmitted as a new application to move off?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry it's so confusing. I just
Right,
wanted to-
it's actually really not confusing. So this application right here that's on the screen,
Yes.
01-4176 for the garage move off demo. Obviously now it's going to be revised. You can put it under old business for moving it off onto this piece of property.
That's
So
right.
yes, that can go under, someone needs to give us that information.
See, the piece that was missing the last time we convened on the Low Beach Road application was what you were going to do with it. Were you going to renovate it? Were you going to move it? Were you going to try and turn it into a cabana? Now we know what it is. Now you know what you're going to file for, or as a revision for old business. So having said all that and gotten all that stuff clear, I think that we can now move forward with the move on of this building to 35 Gloucester. Okay. So regular board, here's the site plan. Do you have anything else you want to say, Will, before I turn it over to the board?
Just that the building's going as is. It'll be slab on grade, just like it is now, completely unaltered.
Sounds pretty good. All right, who would like to start?
I will.
So
John, go ahead.
Yes. No, yeah. I don't find any great problem with it. It looks fine for where it's going to go. I think it's approvable like it is. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Abby.
yeah, all I wanted to say was I'm fine. I'm happy that we're saving it and moving it, but my sadness is that moving these buildings from the 30s or whenever off the site, it loses its historic,
Character.
whatever. It's just taking it up, and yes, we're saving it, but it's gone from its site, and it's too bad that it wasn't able to be incorporated into that same.
Well, it could have been, but then the question would be how much it would have been compromised, because I think that they really wanted the ground coverage, and so it would have meant rather substantial changes.
Well, I mean, just what I'm saying is that we're not really building with Nantucket in mind. We're building with people in mind that are not, if we were building with Nantucket in mind, then we would keep it and incorporate it. And we're not doing that. And I much prefer to see that happen in the future. So.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If I may take this opportunity after what Abby just said, I understand your concerns from a historic district aspect. I think it's important to also note the fact that Nantucket, we've been moving the structures on the island for over 300 years. It would be different if the entire island wasn't a historic district from 1970 and it was just being relocated out of the old historic district, where a lot of places in this country are not afforded the aspect of when we move a structure within the historic district, we're literally moving it from one part of the historic district to the other. But I do understand your setting aspect, which is what we look at when it comes to relocating historic structures. So it's kind of a mixed thing there. But at the end of the day, I think it's also important to note that when it comes to the National Park Service, they look at Nantucket's history of moving structures as part of our unique history. So it's actually not going to lose its contributing status to the National Historic Landmark. I just want to notate that for everybody's knowledge.
Yeah.
And it's also the fact that they're taking literally that structure and not changing anything from it. They're literally keeping it slab on grade, moving it, even with that little addition that was done, I think, in the 80s onto the back. That's important. So it's not going to lose its contributing status towards the district. Thank you.
Well said, Holly. Yeah. Think about old Sherburne back in 1659, and all those buildings went to downtown Nantucket. But thank you, Abby. Diane.
I'm sorry?
No, John, you've spoken, so I got you covered. Diane? Maybe muted.
You're muted.
Val, how about you? You're muted too.
I can't sit on this.
Oh God, that's right.
I'm
Okay,
here.
Jesse, go ahead. And then I'll get right back to you, Diane.
So, yeah, I agree with Holly. I mean, nowhere in the world have I ever seen houses going down the street. And, that's a great history of this island. And it's great to see it be reused. So I'm totally for it. And only thing I would add to it is, being that we were putting the cart before the horse in a way, if we could maybe expedite the move off, so this just moves a little quickly, that might be a good idea.
Well, fortunately, Jesse, they already are on as old business, and now they'll be able to make the so-called revisions that we've been waiting on, because the revision is simply going to turn it into a move off. So yeah, that's going to be taken care of. But Jesse, sounds like you're okay with it. And we do have Diane, right? Yeah.
Right. I am for it. The old saying is, don't lose it, use it.
I like that. Okay, I think we have liftoff. Can somebody give me a motion?
I give you a motion
Yep.
to approve. I submitted to move.
All right. Thanks, Diane. On the motion, Abby.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go. Thanks, Will. And we'll get part one of this taken care of soon.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right. Now we're going to move along to some Val Oliver projects.
Going to request holding the
Oh.
first one, Goldsmith,
All right. Can,
but I would like to do the car wash.
Sure. Do you want, so let's motion to hold, when do you want to hold this White Street for?
Till Thursday.
Oh, till Thursday. Okay. So can
Motion
somebody,
to hold for Thursday.
okay, thanks, Diane. Stephen, I'm going to pull you in on this one. So on Diane's motion, Abby. Everybody's muting on me. Abby's left. Abby's left the audio.
I'm here.
Oh, no, you're back. We're just holding one White Street. So the motion is to hold till Thursday.
Aye.
That's an aye. Okay, thank you. John?
The new dwelling on White Street?
Well, no, we're just holding it till Thursday, John. That's the motion. You in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. And Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that's going to Thursday. And now we're to 43 Sparks. And this one's going to be Carrie. Are you still there, Carrie?
I am.
All right, very good.
Should be super easy. This building was brought in by Ethan. He was, I guess, too busy to do this little bump, so they asked me to add it on. It's 7 by 12 to the first floor mechanical room, a simple shed with a door on one side.
Okay.
That's it.
I'll go.
All right.
I'm thumbs up.
Okay. Thank you. Diane, anything? Yeah.
They've had a door there for years. I have no problem with it.
All right. Sounds good. Any problems, Carrie?
No, I'm good with this.
Okay, thanks, John.
I find no problem. I have a question. West elevation says no changes. Is that when you charge your car, that little box near the, what is that? A box right in the middle.
I have I have no idea.
Curious. Looks like one of those charging cars. The
Oh, yeah.
electric cars. Okay, no problem.
All right, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Abby. On the motion, John.
Hey.
Very good. Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Great. And
Aye.
Abby on your motion. There you go. And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, Linda Williams.
I didn't think I was coming up tonight. I started making dinner.
What do you mean? We're flying.
Yeah.
Okay. 74 Milk.
Who do I have for a board? The
Regular
board? or
board.
for- Okay.
Regular board. Yep.
We've already established that the back of this is not visible because you approved the addition. This pool is actually below the addition, so it's probably 12 to 15 feet below the street.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
That's the barn, the garage, the plantings, all that stuff. You can't see it. I reduced the bluestone because I thought it was too much.
That's funny. I thought we already approved a pool back here.
No, we knew it was coming because I wanted to make sure you guys knew it was coming. So
Okay.
it's down, obviously below the addition, which wasn't visible.
Yes. Okay. Everybody knows where we are, right?
I don't think I sat on this before.
I think I did.
Yeah, remember to had that addition that was the street looks like it's 1 story and the back of it's 2 story. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I
and
don't.
So it's 12 feet below the street level.
Well, there, you can kind of see it right there. Yeah.
So it's down below that.
And the barn.
Yeah, and
that
there's a
barn,
garage going right where the trees are and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right near Hawthorne Lane.
So Val, the fact that you haven't sat on it before doesn't preclude you from sitting on this.
Yeah, I don't want to sit on it because I don't remember anything about this property.
Okay,
so-
so let's
I think Steve was on it. Or Carrie.
Steve, well, I have a rotation going. So the rotation is going back to Jesse if he's still there.
I'm here.
All right, you want to sit on this?
Sure.
All right. You know where we are, Jesse? Like,
Yep.
Okay, good.
I got it.
Okay. All right, board members. Come on.
I have no problem with this. This is so far back in the yard and down below the in elevation. So no concerns.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. John?
Let me see. Coming from the previous speaker, which is an expert, I go along with whatever he says. Thank you.
Okay.
I think he's right.
Thank you, John. Abby?
I'm a nay. I think I mean, I see you have a fence there. I see you have an evergreen hedge in front of the fence. If we were to lose any of that for some reason, we have a straight shot from Milk Street and it is, it's just weighing on my conscience. So I would be probably a nay.
Okay, fair enough. Diane?
What's the cover on the proposed pool?
It's an automatic pool cover, Diane.
Not in
Okay.
that shape, it's not gonna be.
No, it's actually, they didn't want one. That's why they have a fence.
Yeah, well, actually, you can't put an auto cover on a
Not with that
pool, no.
That's right. I knew there was a reason why I put the fence in there.
Right.
So where does the fence run?
It runs through the existing foliage up to the barn on the left. And then it runs across where the parking area is. There's a fence there already. We just have to increase it by 6 inches. And then run it around where the garage is and then around to the front of the house. So it's completely encapsulated. You have to have it encapsulated in order to have no pool cover. But
I
that's
know what you have to have for a pool cover. We've been doing it for the last 25 years. Hasn't changed. I would like to see that pool cover reduced in some reason. It's a pool cover for the pool, not for the parking space and the rest of the stuff. Why can't
So,
it put-
you mean the fencing, right, Diane?
Yeah,
The fencing's there on the left. We're adding the fence to the, between it and the house. That's it. And it's 12 to 15 feet above the pool, which is below the back of the house. And you already voted that the rear addition was invisible. The pool is below the rear addition.
Okay.
You can see it.
All right. So Diane, you want to continue?
no, I just think that the fencing is too much space, whether it's up above or down below. We still have to have a fence on it because that's the way it is. And I don't see why the fencing can't attach itself to the main house rather than incorporating all the rest of the area. But anyway, that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, so it sounds like a lot of the fencing is already there, just coincidentally, and that they're just supplementing what's there. So I'm okay with this. Also, I think that the fact that it's so sunken down below the level of Milk Street is going to make it very, very inconspicuous back there. So I'm okay. Would somebody care to make a motion on this one?
I will.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There it is from Jesse. Jesse's made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, John?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Abby?
Nay.
Okay, Diane?
Nay.
Okay, and Jesse on your motion?
Aye.
Why
And
didn't you just add the caveat? Can't
You're
see.
not sitting, Diane, you're not sitting, Val? I hate to. I hate-
No, but
I'm
that's,
just asking.
no. Hey, so Jesse, can we just add that in there because that is sort of standard operating procedure these days?
yeah.
for pools.
Yeah, that's fine, but if you napalm this property, you wouldn't see it. But
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, but-
okay, but we're not going to do that. Hopefully nobody does that. But so Jesse has added the proviso that the pool will not be visible at the time of inspection or thereafter in perpetuity to the motion. So John, on the revised motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Nay.
Yep. Diane?
No,
Okay. And Jesse on your motion?
aye.
And I'm in favor. So the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you.
Um,
That condition is fine. It should be on it.
Yeah, I mean, that we're putting that on hopefully with all the pool applications. Okay, so now we're at Thornwell projects.
Yep, that's me. Luke's not around.
Okay, so
The first two are me anyways. Okay.
we'll go to 11 Plum Street.
So these guys just want a new chimney on the main house. If you look at that locus, the main house is on the right of the property and the cottage is in the front. And this is on the main house. So that's the driveway at Plum Street looking
Okay.
in.
All right.
This is right before you get to that driveway on Plum Street. There's a humongous hedge and the house is where the arrow is pointing. So that's the house.
Yeah.
And the chimney will go on that wall between those windows. I do have drawings. That's the cottage on the property.
Okay, so hang on. Let's go to the previous picture. So you're saying that the chimney is going to go between those windows?
Yeah, I did drawings. You'll see them. I'm just giving you.
Okay, but I mean, just so that everybody
Yep,
knows. it's
just
gonna
so you
be
know it.
hidden.
And then like across the yard is the next photo down, which is the cottage.
Right, which is an exterior chimney.
Yep, has an
Got it.
exterior chimney.
Yeah.
You can see the hedges that hide the driveway that are hidden from the street. And then Mark Poor was kind enough to let me use his elevations. But so this is the site plan. There's the bluestone patio and the
Yes.
fireplace.
Got it.
Yep, so the chimney. So there's a first floor outdoor fireplace. And then on the second floor, because it's an upside down house, an inside fireplace. So it is a double height chimney. There's the plan. Second floor plan. There's the side elevation. And it's all on the outside, and there is the chimney.
Okay.
That's the photo view of what you saw earlier.
Right.
Or this is the drawing view of the photo. And this is all very hidden from the street by the cottage, by the huge plantings all over the place.
All right. I think that covers it, Carrie. Thank you. All right. Who would like to start?
I will.
Okay, you go.
Okay, Val, go.
I concur. You cannot see this house, or what you can see is very limited. It's perfectly appropriate.
All right. Thanks, Diane.
I agree. It is, Plum Street is got lots of greenery. I think the chimney, I would ask for the corbelling to go down low, but they've got another fireplace on the second floor. So that takes care of that. I think it's okay.
All right. Thanks, Diane. Abby.
Ditto, ditto.
All right. John, any problem?
Can I see a photo of the existing?
Of the existing house?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it was back a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go.
So right there, John, see that southwest elevation?
Okay.
That's where the chimney's going.
Okay. I thought I saw a chimney jack. There is one there.
Oh, that's on the guest house.
That's
Yeah.
the cottage. They do not want that on the main house.
I have no problem. I see no problem with it. Motion for approval.
Okay, so John's made a motion for approval. Thank you, John. On the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John on your motion.
Aye.
John, there we go. And I'm in favor, so the motion carries. Thank Thank you. 36 Quidnet Road.
This happens to be my family's house.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's a like-kind replacement on a picture window that's on the second floor with 2 flankers. There it is, setback way at the end of the road.
This is up on the milk path, right?
No, this is on the main Quidnet Road.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
I thought you were up on the hill there for some
I
reason.
thought you were
Well,
up on
we
the.
are on the hill. Chase Lane goes behind us.
Chase Lane, right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yep. So it's Nantucket red sash. It's just that window on the left and the flankers. They're 2/1, I think. Yeah, they think, or are they 2/2? I can't even
Wait,
remember.
so Carrie,
Yeah.
all you're doing is you're replacing that picture window,
And the flankers. Yep. That whole unit.
but like kind replacement?
Yep.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Yeah. By the way, I really like that railing.
Oh, yeah. That's a Jerry Ford special.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so there's a
Kevin
motion on the
Spade or
table
something.
to approve is submitted. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. John?
Aye.
Great. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, 71 Cliff
Finally.
Road. Move off.
Yeah, this is a Luke project, but he's not here. So this is a demo built in 1953. It is a Cape style with a couple of bumps on it. It's 53 feet long and 42 feet wide, but that's because of the bumps. That's it. Move or demo.
Okay, so do we have, oh, there it is. Okay.
Yes,
Mr.
they're
Chair,
Yes.
although this is not obviously within the Old Historic District of town, it is in the 70 district.
Yep.
There is an HDC survey where it does say 1951.
Okay.
Obviously, it has not much has changed. I will notate, Carrie, that there wasn't any historic information in the application. So, and so there was nothing provided. So, thank you for that. So, I just, if the commission is so inclined to I would rather see this moved. Obviously, I think everybody else would. But if you're so inclined to approve this to be moved or demoed, that we would need more documentation of this structure. We have a floor plan here, but there's no, there's only photographs. Although I just want to make a notate here. Sorry, you guys can't see that, can you? That although the architecture isn't really cherished anymore, that doesn't mean that these one-story ranch houses, a part of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, don't have a purpose and don't actually have a contributing quality towards their NHL and local district. They actually do. They are considered contributing. So I just wanted to mention that for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thank you. All right. I'm going to make an executive decision here. That is, I see that you have a new dwelling that's going in its place.
Yes, indeed.
Can we take a little gander at that?
Sure.
It might inform what we do with the move off demo application.
Mm-hmm. So this is a modular house that Luke's done. It's 26.4 at its highest height, drops down to 23.6, and then drops down to 14. It's a 4-bay. He's got a lot of photos of the area, the neighborhood houses, some of which are similar, most of which are 2 stories, some of which are taller. So these are neighborhood buildings.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. These are right out the back door. That's across the little driveway. Sorry, they're hard to see.
Yeah.
But you can see the nature of them. Most of them are 2 stories. Some of them are 5-bay. sort of typical houses. And this is also, the proposed is also a typical 4-bay additive massing to the right. And then the 1-story piece on the right with a little back porch incorporated under that hip roof, which also has some interior space beyond that little porch from the front view. The way the driveway is leading into this property, it looks like the 1-story mass and maybe the middle mass is the sort of more prominent through the driveway. There is now a lot of vegetation out the street side, and from the looks of Luke's drawings, I think they want to continue to have vegetation at the street around the property. They did get a pool approved originally with the existing house there. So you'll see the pool in the backyard. I don't think that little extra cabana style-y building to the left is approved, but so this is the house. And again, it is modular. 26.4 is the max ridge.
Okay. Why don't we continue with the review of this, and then we can go back to the existing house, okay? I'd like to hear from people about this one. So who would like to start?
We see a site plan.
Site plan, sure.
You want to start with the new one or the demo?
I was going to suggest reviewing the new one,
Okay.
and then we can move back to the demo in a sec.
Mr. Chair, you do have an abutter with his hand.
Oh,
Ethan.
Oh, Ethan. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, good evening.
Yeah.
So Ethan Griffin on behalf of 69 Cliff. There's no real concern with the house. I certainly appreciate the work they've done to bring some really nice proportions to a modular design. The primary concern would be around the grading in the rear, and the pool was previously approved, but it was just set on a much lower grade. It appears in the rear now that the proposal is to basically flatten the site and retain the rear and elevate the pool deck. So I just want to clarify that. But again, we have no concerns.
Yeah, actually, Ethan, I do see there's appears to be like a C-shaped retaining wall that wraps around. So I'm sure you're correct that they're elevating the grade. Now, all right, Carrie, this is interesting because it says HDC approved pool.
Right.
But what I'd be interested in knowing was that pool approved with the retainage, or was it approved, as Ethan would suggest, approved at a lower grade?
Well, I really do not know. I think Lindsay took it through, but I do see the retaining on there. It says 24-inch PT retaining wall.
Right.
So yeah, good question.
All right. So let's that's put it under advisement, because even if the pool is approved or previously approved, it was approved at a lower grade, and therefore you'd have to come back for the retainage and all that stuff.
Okay. Do you want the retainage with the pool application or with the house?
Well, the house doesn't appear to have much or any grade change.
Right.
Not enough to require retainage anyway.
Okay, so the pool has to come back with walls.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so, and hang on one sec. Just want to make sure that we're good with Ethan. Ethan?
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks. Diane, did you want to start?
No, I will, but I just wanted to make sure we got a topographic thing of what the topography was when we originally approved it and what they're proposing now.
We do on this plan, yes.
Because I only see what I may be not reading it properly, but I only see what they're proposing now.
Well, here, if we go back to that plan,
yeah,
if we blow it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's kind of hard to make this out, but the solid lines then turn into little dotted lines.
Right.
Those little dotted lines mean that they're changing the grading, and the grading changes are all happening on the back of the house, not on the
Right.
front. So basically this house will sit at the same grade that the current house sits, at
Right,
least
my
from,
more concern was about the pool and
Right.
dropping off when you see it dropping that low. Does it become more visible to the area behind it? I just think when they're asking for a major change over 2.5 feet, we should have some designation saying it. I
Yeah,
think,
I can describe it. It's at 41 at the main body of the house.
right.
yeah,
It slowly drops to 40 along the whole depth of the house. And then
Right.
it looks like they're picking up 40 as their flat area, and it's dying into the wall, which is top of wall is probably 40, because then it drops from there
2
to
feet.
37. So,
it's
yeah,
9.
37, 39. Yeah, so that's where you need to see a section or how much they would be adding. So it would be it looks like a couple feet they'd be adding. So maybe Luke can figure out how to actually drop it down so it's
Yeah.
not too much retaining.
Oh, that would be
Drop
good.
it down from there,
Yeah.
go down a few steps to maybe
All right.
that
Well-
flat grade of 30.
Well, one of my concerns is that when we change the amount of soil that is around, we change what's happening to the people around the house. And we don't tend to look at that, but occasionally it becomes a serious problem. So I think if we just record it, then we've covered ourselves and made it available to the people. So that was my only concern.
Okay.
Make
Now,
sure.
how about the house itself, the proposal for the house?
Wait a minute, let me just get my paper here. Blah, 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 blah. I guess to move off, I would rather see it moved off than demoed. It looks like something that you could do. I think for 71, I was trying to put where 71 was in my mind.
It's right in front of where Ethan Griffin's house is. Ethan's, I think, is to the right. And if you recall, the property that Brooke Merbergen was dealing with down in the hole.
Yeah.
Right, right next to Hamlin Road, okay? That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking. Thank you for that.
One away, yeah.
So my only thought would be looking at your thing is it looks as if it tends to go from sideline to sideline. And most of the houses up on that area of Cliff Road have more space. However, I think that as being a 4-bay, it's very well done. It's broken down, it's dropped down. With the house itself, I don't have a problem.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diane. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I hate to see the little ranch go, and I don't see a nod to the old building. I think the windows appear too square, and I agree. It's too lot line to lot line. I don't understand the 3 windows over the front door. I don't understand the 2 to the right that suddenly change in size. There's no reason. And maybe you can't have a pool there, or the pool has to be smaller, but I would avoid moving the land around to avoid a retaining wall in the back there. I just think, some sites just can't have one. And I would like to see that house moved and saved for somewhere. It's a perfectly good 50s house.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Val?
I like the design. I think it's appropriate for the area. My question is, can it be canted a little bit so it's more along the street as opposed to perfectly horizontal, if that makes any sense? It seems like, do you see how the houses, if you blow up the little locust map, all sort of follow the street, and then this one sort of
Right.
repels against the street? I can't think of the right word, but
I hear you.
maybe that could help its appearance as being lot line to lot line too. I don't know. The house itself, I think, is fine. It's just the siding maybe needs a little adjust.
Good point, Val. Thank you.
Okay.
John?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The move off demo, all right. I'm going to make a comment. After the Second World War, a lot of veterans come home and they built a lot of ranch style houses all over the island. They built a whole community behind the Inquiring Mirror. You go down and look at it. It's just all ranch style. But this one here has no architectural features of the old historic district guidebook that has to be saved. Isn't it? It's a typical demo that would happen this far since 1945. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Hey, John, would you also like to comment on the new house design?
Yes.
If somebody could get that up. There we go. There's the new house.
Okay, as 2, 3. Where's the fourth elevation? 1, 2, 3.
We'll scroll down a little bit more. There they go.
Is that all screening on the north elevation
Yeah,
proposed?
the screened porch.
I'm
on the
sorry?
back. It's a screened porch on the back.
Matt?
No,
On
it's
the back- on the
it's
back.
a screen porch on the back.
2 people at once, please. Ray, could you speak?
Okay, it's a screen porch on the back of the house, John.
Right, okay. Right, thank you. I find it would fit right into the place up there where they want to put it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think, does that leave me? I think I got everybody else. So
Okay, for both of them.
hang on one sec. I too would like to see the windows to the right of the door in the 4 bay be the same size as the others.
Right.
And I also think that the hipped roof, I appreciate the single story part, but I think that's feeling really flat in relation to the other. So I think one solution to that would be to raise the pitch of that roof, the hipped roof, and that window that sits kind of low next to the point would have to go up. I don't know what that room is back there, but maybe you could have 2 smaller windows on either side of the pitch or raise the window up. But I think that it would,
okay,
it would be more balanced if we had a taller roof there. Those are my only comments. And, I think I actually do love old ranch houses, and it would be great to move it someplace if we could. Should we, how do we want to do this?
I'll make a motion to approve both of them.
Well, okay, I'm not sure that either one of those will necessarily pass. And we haven't heard from everybody on the demo move off issue. We've heard from a few people on it, but not everyone. Am I right in saying that?
I made a motion. It's up to you to accept the motion or deny it. It's okay with me.
Well, okay, no, it's fine, John, but why don't we do them one at a time? Because I think there's going to be separate issues for each one.
Okay, the demolition.
All right.
I'll move to approve it.
Okay, so John has made a motion to approve the demo / move off. Let's see, on that motion, Val.
Aye.
Okay, Diane,
No.
No. Abby?
This is so difficult.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Hang on. While you're thinking through the difficulty, I think that Holly wants to say something. Did you, Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I apologize for interrupting the
No,
motion,
go
but
ahead.
just, can we, if the motion is to approve the demo move, can we have more documentation of this structure in the
Yeah.
file?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, John?
Yes.
Okay, so Holly is asking if the demo move off actually gets approved, which it might. Could you include as part of your motion to get more documentation from Carrie on the building? I think in terms of drawings. Okay.
Okay,
That'll be-
I'll
that'll be-
withdraw my motion.
That's part of your motion. Part of your motion. John.
Yes, I withdrew my motion.
Oh, I don't think you needed to withdraw it. We were just asking you to add something to it.
Yes.
So the adding to it would just be that Carrie provided documentation, meaning drawings of the existing building for the record. Is that
Aye.
okay? That's okay?
I agree with you. Yes.
Okay, all right. So that's part of the motion. Let's try that again. So the revised motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
No.
okay, Abby,
I'm a no, and I don't know if you need any reason, but I just.
no, we don't need a reason
All right, just
necessarily.
plain old
I
no.
think I know what the reasons are. You've been clear on that. John, on your motion.
On the motion, yes.
Yeah, you're in favor of your motion, right? Yes. John?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you. And I'm in favor. So the motion does carry. I hope that you find a new home for this house.
Or at least parts of it.
Yeah, it's nice. And there's a lot of people out there that could use housing, as we all know.
It will be advertised.
Right, it will be advertised. So now let's move on to the house, the new house. I think, John, despite the fact that you wanted to approve it as is, I think there's a few things that certain people, including myself, would like to do.
Okay, I withdraw the motion.
Can we just hold for some minor revisions on this one? Can somebody make that?
I'll
motion?
make that motion.
All right, so Val has made a motion to hold for some revisions on that motion. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Val, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay,
Thank you.
so, thank you. And now we're to Ben. Is Ben here?
I'm here.
All right. We're cutting right through it, Ben.
I know, I'm surprised.
48, what do you mean you're surprised?
I didn't think I was gonna get hurt tonight.
We're so fast.
You are fast.
Okay, so the first thing we got is 48 South Cambridge Street.
Yep, so this is out in Nantucket.
Right.
The land bank purchased this property and there wasn't a house there that was removed quite a long time ago.
Hey, sorry, but Ben, I have to recuse from this. So Abby, can you take this one?
Sure.
All right, and you're going to need to pull in one of the associate members. Okay.
Who's next? Stephen?
Well, let's see. Stephen hasn't been on in a while.
Yeah.
I was last.
Jesse was
still with
last,
us?
right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So Stephen's next.
Okay.
All right.
If he's still here.
Okay, you guys ready?
Ready?
So yeah, this was a residential lot for quite a while, or I don't know how long, but the house has been gone for quite a while. The land bank has owned it. It's been a little gravel parking lot to just a little empty kind of lawn field. The idea now is to create a small parking area, a small stone dust walking path, and then to a dock and pier system. The whole park or the whole area is going to be ADA compliant. A lot of design work and pains have gone into making sure that all the slopes and parking and the materials are ADA compliant. We've also had to work through DEP regulations, Chapter 91 regulations, Conservation Commission regulations, and now, of course, Historic District Commission review. So there's been a lot of parties involved here, but we think the end result is going to be a really nice public park for everybody. So that is my presentation.
Wow, that's quite a project.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
I should have recused at the beginning. I wasn't really paying attention. I apologize. I'm doing some work for the land bank on another thing, so I'm going to step away.
Okay, well, we'll miss you, Val.
So there's the existing conditions. You can see the pond there. So through that brush will be the kind of bridge, let's call it, to the platform, the dock itself. The dock is all natural to weather. We've tried to make the dock itself as minimally visible as possible. Of course, all the railings and things are a safety measure, but it's all natural to weather, and trying to make it just as seamless as possible, just to kind of blend right in.
Madam Chair, could we clarify a board? I didn't hear Steve if he was here.
Yeah. Steve, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here, folks. Ready to
Okay.
roll.
And Carrie, can you join in on this?
Sure, but I don't think you need me. Do
Well,
you?
Yeah,
well, we've got John, Diane, Steve, myself. That would be a 4-person board unless we had one.
And Jesse.
I believe, Carrie, you're next.
Oh, you're not on it, Jesse? Okay, I'm fine.
Thank you, Carrie.
Sure, thanks.
Okay, continue. Ben, sorry.
I think I've said everything. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think
Let's take this in slowly. Unless somebody's ready to go, maybe.
Can we get a site plan? Okay. Thank you.
I'll go. I think this looks like a very sort of typical pier structure, and I mean, I'm envisioning the bridge out to what's it called, Smith's Point, and it sort of reminds me of that, and I think it goes right along with the vernacular of stuff that's out there already. And I think anything giving access to the public to places like this is wonderful.
Thank you, Carrie. It sounds really positive. Diane, what's your feeling?
Well, this looks like it's going into Long Pond. Not the creeks. I don't know. And they don't seem to mention any conservation things on piers in Long Pond. I didn't think we had any piers in Long Pond, but I think we just should have that information if it's accepted. I think we can have that length without any break, because it all seems to be almost straight across, up and down over the dunes and whatever. I think it will be good if they have, whether this is just the walk or does it include parking, I don't know. But I think we should definitely have a statement about having a pier in Long Pond.
Concom will have to approve it.
I'll go, Madam Chair.
Okay, Steve, thanks.
Okay, great. So on the pier, there's a much longer pier at the gut, and you can go out on it and you can recreate and enjoy Long Pond. So this is certainly not without precedent. I think otherwise I agree with Carrie. I think those comments were well spoken, so I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. John,
I'm right here.
what do you think of the proposed?
I have no problem with it. 48 Cambridge Street. I think it's a nice project. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. And now I've gone as well. So, and you did say that you had talked to a lot of the commissions about this project, right, Ben?
Yes, I believe we're through the Conservation Commission. I believe we're through Chapter 91. And we're in, we've worked through ADA requirements, so that's done. DEP as well. So you guys are kind of our last stop, no offense, but
Yeah, no, it's that we take no offense to that. Speaking
Motion to
of offense-
approve is submitted.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to see the materials, but I will
Yeah, I previewed them.
Well, I'm assuming it's natural to weather.
yes, it's all
It's a-
natural to weather. The piers themselves that go into the water or the muck have to be green wood so that they don't just disintegrate. So they'll be green for a little while, but nothing is painted. It's all natural wood.
Right. Very good.
Oh,
So Steve made a motion, and I'm going to take a poll on that. So Diane, on Steve's motion,
which was what?
motion to approve.
To approve
No,
as submitted.
I am fine with that. Fine.
Okay, good. John,
I'm in favor of approval.
great. Thank you, John. Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. And Steve, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, that's 100% approval.
Yippee, can't wait to go out there.
I know, I want to go out there right now and get my binoculars and look at birds and.
Great birding. Yeah, there'll be great birding up there.
Okay, thanks, Abby. 17 Pine Street,
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
What did I go?
I have 9 minutes. You have to stick around to the bitter end.
Okay.
All right, here we go. 17 Pine.
Yep, so this is an application for hardscaping. You can see the existing conditions up there in the top right. Currently, there's a driveway that kind of divides this property between the little pencil tip triangle up by the corner of Pine and High, and then there's a little lawn space along the property line. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So what we want to do is we want to relocate the driveway. There's that beautiful big tree there, and we're going to obviously leave that there, but we want to bring the driveway down to that property line so that's more kind of in keeping with the neighbor's location.
So remove that little length of white fence that we see and the
Yep.
sign that says one way, do not enter.
Yeah.
Whatever it says. And so right next to the right of the Jeep,
Yep.
on the other
exactly.
side of the hedge from the Jeep. Does
Yep.
everybody get that? We're just going to take that parking space that you see on the lower picture and we're going to move it to the left.
Yep.
So Ben, when you do that, would you then take the section of fencing and move it to what's open right now?
Yep, exactly. And then we're going to, fill that, bring that fence all the way down to the new curb cut or driveway access.
Right.
And then put a 6-foot privet hedge just like that behind it, just like that. That's on High Street as well.
Right.
And then have a rustic little brick patio in that kind of pencil tip space as kind of drawn there.
That triangle.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be
Okay.
planting beds at the very tip, but then a brick patio
All right.
behind the privet.
Ben, thanks. I think that's a pretty clear picture. So, Holly, what you got?
Yes, sir. So just for the record, this is a typical Nantucket within the fish lots from 1834. I did want to just notate that Lancaster indicates that the brick steps at the entrance are quote unquote new, and that was from the 1970s. So Just to give you a little history on it. As far as HSAB, they looked at this yesterday. They said that they would like to see the existing driveway remain where it is to avoid placing more brick adjacent to the neighbor's 2-car driveway. The patio should be in the backyard rather than right on the street edge. And if the driveway moves, it should be cobblestone or shell, not brick. Those are their comments, Mr. Chair.
Were they specific as to why it should be cobblestone or shell rather than brick? Just curious.
I'm not privy to their full conversation.
I see. Okay.
Sorry.
I mean, it's because the current drive is brick, right?
Correct. And I don't, maybe it's because of the brick over
all right.
here.
Like
So
an
a
expanse
lot of
brick. Okay.
a lot of brick in
kind
that area.
Yes, it does make sense. Okay. Board members.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
I, first of all, would like to mention that the tree, which they said they were going to leave, is a town tree.
No doubt about that.
No doubt about that. That means they can't touch it. The brick in the front of the house along High Street should not be that. It should be a lawn or something else. Whatever patios they want to have should be in the back. And the planting they want to do along is fine. But High Street and the fish lot were not overpowered by brick. So that is something to keep in mind. So that's about it for looking at the location of where and where. That's what I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Val. Oh, did Val leave? No, Val's here. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm here.
Yep.
If there's a hedge there, I don't know that we're gonna see the brick patio. If it matches up with the hedge, that's, like the same height as along the neighbor. So all in all, I don't have a problem with this. Mixing up the materials maybe for the driveway is kind of a good idea, given the expanse of bricks that's there. Maybe even just change the apron and do a little strip down the middle or something. But given what's proposed, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Thank you. Abby.
All right, so I've just been scribbling down a couple of things here. My first concern is that tree. I think it's an elm. I'm not really sure.
It's an elm, definitely.
So when I think about those elms in Main Street and how the brick uproots, well, it's probably uprooting right there. I'd like to take that driveway off a couple of feet, give it some breathing room, and maybe a smaller patio, but I'm not sure about a patio right on the street like that unless the privet hedge was doubled up, and that might take away from some of your room. But I would do a combination material. I don't mind the brick, but I would do like a Belgian block, but I would take it where you have those car doors. I would take it all the way back to there and give that tree some breathing room. Those roots are eventually going to uproot the brick the way we see it on Main Street. And I think it's going to be a problem. So I think I said a couple of things there, and I hope you understood what I said.
Well, all those things that you just said, I
Yes.
was going to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because seriously, with that trunk of the tree, and John, I'm going to get to you right after this, but with the trunk of the tree right there, there's absolutely no way you're going to be able to get a flat patio like that without getting some distance from that tree. So I like the fact that what I'm looking at right now has the privet hedge behind to act as screening between the two properties. So moving the parking space a little bit closer to Pine Street so that you had room not only for the fence, but also for the privet hedge to continue along. That would also protect the roots of the tree and give you a flatter parking area, slightly less terrace or patio. But I think that, we're only talking about a few feet. That's my opinion. But John, I want to hear from you before we close this up.
Motion to hold for revision.
Oh, okay. That was simple.
I just want to add one more thing.
Yes, go ahead.
Aesthetically, that two driveways bricked up like that side by side is I think would take away from streetscape. So I'd like to see that. Again, I'd like to see that taken away, brought back from that tree, give it a little more room.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, Ben. So that's the motion. Who made that? Oh, John made the motion. On John's motion to hold for some revisions, Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
John, on your motion.
Aye.
And I am in favor. All right.
Mr.
Guess
Chairman.
what, folks? It's 1 minute of.
Could I have 30 seconds?
You can have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Okay, I want to state that Terry Norton is an excellent recorder for our minutes for years. And he's also past commander of the American Legion. I'd like to give accolades to people. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank you,
Terry,
John.
thank you.
And I want to be the first to wish you Merry Christmas.
Merry
Wait.
Christmas.
No, we got to wait until at least November before you wish her Merry Christmas, okay?
Okay.
Hey, so
I don't accept Christmas accolades until after Thanksgiving. One
okay,
holiday at a
okay.
time, please.
We'll do it the Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
And the
Um,
American Legion is going to have Thanksgiving there this year, hot dog.
What's that?
American Legion is going to do Thanksgiving dinner this year.
What a cool idea.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
great.
I'm there.
They do it every year.
That's really
I
good.
know
Not
that.
didn't
the
know
last
that.
The
couple of years.
Yeah,
They
last
didn't
year
do
they
it
couldn't
last
have
year.
people sitting inside, so they just
Oh.
did the takeout. And they're definitely going to do the takeout again. We're still waiting to hear from Roberto whether or not we can do the sit down inside.
So
Brother.
cool. I'm writing that
Neville
down.
says we're going to do the inside.
Hey, so we could probably do Terry give her a little early Christmas gift if we move to approve the minutes of October 5th and 7th. Would anyone
So
care? to do
moved.
that? Okay, so Diana's motion to approve the minutes of October 5th and 7th. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Hey, guess what? I need another motion.
Motion
To
to adjourn.
adjourn.
Jesse's made a motion to adjourn. On the motion, John.
What motion? To
Jesse
adjourn?
has made a motion to adjourn. Beat you to it, friend.
Aye.
All right. Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and Jesse on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Hey, good night, everybody. Thanks a million. We made some
Good
good
night.
progress.
Good
Night
night.
all.
See
Good night,
you
everyone.
guys
Thank
on
you.
Thursday if you can make
Night.
it. Thank you.
Good night. Good night, Ray.
Thank you, Ray.